The Canterbury District Horticultural Society's autumn show was the sort of occasion that avoided excitement as a matter of policy. The bunting, when taken from its tissue paper, looked resigned rather than festive. Individuals who had been queuing at St. Mildred's Parish Hall since breakfast time did so in a spirit of conscientious duty, like parishioners arriving early to make sure the vicar had a congregation. Even the chrysanthemums appeared mindful of long tradition, standing in their vases with the chilly propriety of elderly spinsters in a draughty nave. A brass band would have been out of place. In its stead, the show offered a trestle table bearing lemonade, Eccles cakes, and an honesty tin that had never, in living memory, been short by more than sixpence. Behind this table, as though guarding the silver of a minor dynasty, sat Mrs. Vi Belling, the Society's treasurer, whose hat, a fur concoction suggestive of a wary stoat, had been disapproved of by the committee several years ago and thereafter tolerated, as most Canterbury institutions eventually are. At 11 o'clock precisely, the vice-chairman, Mr. Hubert Pole, took the floorboards and, by leaning heavily into the microphone as if it were a horse he mistrusted, declared the show open. Mr. Pole believed in punctuation you could hear. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen," he said, giving the microphone time to recover between categories. "We rely on your entries, your support, and your good sense in not smoking, in the bedding plants." It was 10 minutes into the admiring circulation that a small knot began to form near the display of prize cups. The cups were kept in a locked cabinet, a cabinet that had previously served for communion silver in St. Mildred's before a vestry meeting decided that if the Almighty wished to guard his vessels, he could do it without the help of second-hand furniture. Now the cabinet contained the town rose bowl, the Eccles cake shield, the green-fingered child plate, and, most coveted of all, the Canterbury chrysanthemum cup. The knot, like many knots in Canterbury, had been tied by Mrs. Belling. She had summoned Mr. Pole with the small, urgent flap of a woman accustomed to waving off wasps from jam. When he arrived, a white-faced creature from the back of the cabinet key rose to meet him. Mr. John Shuttleworth, a draper's assistant by profession, and the Society's unofficial custodian of anything that came with a polish. His lips struggled with the word he found necessary. "Substitute," he said, after 2 failed attempts. "That's not our cup." Mr. Pole straightened. He did not say nonsense, because nonsense has a way of becoming minutes in the next committee meeting, but he arranged his face into sensible denial. "It looks to me like a cup," he observed carefully. "With handles." "The engraving," said Shuttleworth, tapping the glass with a nail bitten for emergencies. "It used to read, 'Presented by the Mayor and Burgesses, 1924. That says Borough Council. We've not been a borough since the reorganisation. Ours is old-fashioned. There was, as Mrs. Belling would describe later with relish, a moment. It was a moment notable for its quietness. Had the band been present after all, it would have been the bar of rest." "Unlock it," said Mr. Pole, to prove the soundness of his view. The key was produced from a drawer under the honesty tin, attached to a fob that had once been an unambitious leather dog. The lock yielded, the cabinet breathed open, and Mr. Shuttleworth lifted out the cup with both hands, as one does with a sleeping child or a ticking bomb. Held close, the cup seemed only more wrong. It was lighter by several ounces, Shuttleworth's palms knew, and the little dent on the rim where the late Mr. Tovey, in 1931, had knocked it against a violin case was not there. The base was faintly scratched, but not with the random romance of 80 years. The panel, where winners' names should have flowed in neat succession, was an officious seam. It had been replaced, or never made. "It is," announced Mrs. Belling, with the uneasy gusto of someone discovering adultery in the gas board. "A fake." The word travelled. In Canterbury, gossip has its own transport. It rides on breath in butchers' shops, hitches a lift with haircuts and the return of library books, pauses in teacups and takes on fresh steam from the rim. By the time the first tray of Eccles cakes was depleted, the cup in the cabinet had become, depending on the teller, stolen by gypsies, replaced by a secret admirer, pawned for church roof repairs, or a deliberate modernization undertaken by persons who did not understand tradition and probably came from Whitstable. Two persons hung, wilfully conspicuous by their silence, on the outskirts of the swell. One was Mrs. Georgina Tegg, wife of Councillor Reginald Tegg and the last winner of the cup, whose chrysanthemums had been praised by the judge as stiff without being arrogant. She did not say, "We returned it last week," because she had already said it twice without visible effect. The other silent figure was that of Mr. Swithin Vie, proprietor of a small but ambitious antiques establishment off Burgate Street, a man who could glance at a teaspoon and name, as if flicking through a mental Rolodex, every person who had polished it since the Boer War. Mr. Vie's silence had the texture of listening. "We'll manage," soothed Mr. Pole, turning to the workmanlike business of making a problem somebody else's. "We cannot hold up judging for a matter of nomenclature. The winners will be promised engraving at a later date." He spoke as one who had ironed out many emergencies by pushing them gently under the table. At the far end of the hall, alongside Class 18, Novelty Vegetables, humorous, Inspector Purbright considered a marrowscape in this company of Sergeant Love. Purbright had been invited, as he usually was, by a letter from the Society hoping to add little blue weight to their occasion. He had drawn the line at presenting prizes judging from past experience that those who lose to third-rate dahlias are unpredictable. He leaned now on the edge of the trestle with an ease that looked natural on him and foreign on trestles. "It might be thought," he remarked, "that the cucurbit family has been breeding for eccentricity. That one appears to be attempting a question mark." Sergeant Love, a large man whose thoughts were kind but seldom in a hurry, bent obligingly over the misshapen marvel. "Do you suppose," he said, "that you can tell a person by their vegetables, sir?" "Only that they are patient," Purbright replied, "and occasionally ruthless with slugs." The ripple of attention travelling from the cups to the cucurbits reached them. Love looked towards it with the steadfast astonishment he carried into most new vistas. "Something's up in the silver," he said. "Let us not be obvious," Purbright murmured. "We will drift." They drifted, in a manner practised by policemen and cats, towards the cabinet where a spontaneous committee had formed. Mr. Pole greeted the inspector with the relief of a man who had been handed an umbrella in a steady drizzle. "Ah, Inspector, a small matter, almost in the nature of a clerical error, I dare say." "Clerical errors do occur," Purbright agreed, glancing mildly at the cup. "They are, in my experience, seldom engraved." That earned him a snort from somewhere behind the stoat hat. Mr. Shuttleworth presented his observations with clinical despair. Mrs. Belling added the discovery of the altered inscription in tones that were already rehearsing their court appearance. Mrs. Tegg said, "We returned it last week, for the third time," with an audible hope that repetition would accomplish what truth had not. "And to whom did you hand it?" Purbright asked her, as if inquiring after a parcel of mending. "To Mr. Vie," she said, after a pause into which she had bravely thrust several explanations and pulled them out again. "It needed professional cleaning. We thought it proper. Mr. Vie is the Society's adviser on things." "Things," echoed Sergeant Love with sympathy. All faces turned on the antiques dealer, who accepted their regard with the weary patience of a vicar confronted by parishioners who have discovered the book of Leviticus. He held up both palms like a man demonstrating the absence of card tricks. "I received the cup," he said, "from Councillor Tegg's wife on Tuesday last. I kept it overnight. I cleaned it on Wednesday, and I returned it to Mrs. Belling on Thursday morning at this hall. The cabinet was locked when I left. I am willing to swear to each of those facts on any number of prayer books, ledgers, or my mother's Bible, which, though long retired from its original calling, would enjoy a day out. Was anyone present when you returned it?" Purbright's voice remained conversational, like a man asking whether a train stopped at Y. "I believe Mr. Pole was," Vi said, "and Mr. Shuttleworth, and a gentleman from the Cathedral Library, Mr. Castle, the one who always comes in with gloves on, as if the air were dusty. We spoke of the new display boards. Mr. Pole was very keen on lamination." Mr. Pole did not feel this should be used against him. "It is the coming thing," he said defensively. Purbright's gaze rested on the base of the cup. "May I?" He took it with a delicacy that came more of courtesy than fear. It had, even in his hands, that sense of being approximately what it was meant to be. "It is curious," he remarked, "how the past insists on being itself. One can clean it, polish it, stroke off the tarnish and the dust, and yet identity, like tea stains in a favourite mug, remains. This observation, which might in other circumstances have sounded philosophical, had, on the present audience, the effect of advice. They stooped, peered, tapped, and sniffed the cup in ways which, if administered to a human being, would have been actionable. A decision of a sort was reached. The show would go on. The cup, whatever it was, would for the moment be a symbol rather than a vessel. Later, the symbolism might be engraved at the public expense. In the meantime, it would be placed back in the cabinet and watched with the proprietary suspicion Canterbury accords to new neighbours and modern art. As people thinned back into the aisles of chrysanthemums and foolhardy leeks, Purbright found himself beside Mrs. Tegg, who, relieved of the crowd's hot attention, had deflated into a tremulous elegance. "You'll think me foolish," she said, not quite daring to look at him, "but I feel as if I've been accused of stealing my own silver." "It is a sensation," said Purbright, "that Canterbury offers from time to anyone with a pedigree longer than a bus ticket. You returned the cup because it was required. You gave it to Mr. Vi because he is sound on patina. What remains is not so much guilt as arithmetic. Arithmetic. How many hands something passes through," he said. "It is surprising what adheres. Fingerprints, of course, but also favours, small obligations, the feeling that one ought, if only to keep in with people one will inevitably meet in the baker's." She permitted herself a thin smile. "Reg would say, if you were not a policeman, that you might make a counsellor." "I would not wish to deprive him of the honour," Purbright returned. He left her then and strolled to the display of photographs in the Historic Canterbury section, where amateur archivists had set out images of tramcars, fallen chimneys, and men in hats regarding the damage after the 1910 flood. An elderly gentleman with a moustache suggestive of judicial prudence hovered near them like a librarian in a new building. "Castle," he introduced himself when spoken to. "Andrew Castle, Cathedral Library. I saw you looking at our cup just now." "Our cup?" He smiled in a way that confirmed his library status. "We all think of these things as ours. It is the only way to protect them. Might I say, Inspector, that although I make a point of not believing in drama, I find this business disobliging." "A strong word," said Purbright, which made Castle happier, as if he had been handed a cloth to polish it. "It is strong because it is accurate," Castle said. One tidies the past because one owes it a decent appearance. That cup has been untidied. When Purbright and Love left the hall an hour later, the bunting had not become festive, but it had begun to look less resigned. Canterbury has an appetite for small storms. They provide an excuse to go to the shops. Love held the door for two ladies whose hats could have pecked one another if introduced, and asked, "What do you think, sir?" "That the cup in the cabinet is a cousin, not a twin," Purbright said, "and that its likeness is close enough to comfort anyone who prefers likeness to truth." "Will we have to?" Love's hand drew a round shape in the air, a constable's semaphore for "make work of it." "I expect," said Purbright, with the mildness that made people confess to him the things they had only thought about doing, "we shall be invited to do so. In Canterbury, nothing is lost. It is merely mislaid in company." Behind them, the honesty tin clinked. Someone, perhaps out of civic duty, perhaps from the benign superstition that attends small crimes, had paid for a cake and left a shilling besides. It was not the sort of theft that kept a police force awake at night, but Inspector Purbright, whose nights were seldom disturbed by alarms and often by contemplation, felt a small prickle at the nape of his mind. He glanced very briefly at the framed poster above the trestle. The Canterbury Chrysanthemum Cup, a tradition since 1924. The printer had set the final digit as a 3 and corrected it with a felt tip. It was tidy if you did not look too closely. Purbright usually looked closely. He did not hurry, and he did not announce himself as looking. In this town, clues often preferred to present themselves, like late callers, after polite notice. He stood a moment in the doorway, let the damp light of a Canterbury noon lie across his shoes, and made no note at all. Within, however, an inventory began to arrange itself, without fuss, on the shelves of his consideration. By the following morning, Canterbury had the matter more or less settled in its mind, which is not to say that its mind had chosen the same settlement from street to street. The butcher in St. Peter's Lane, whose temperament ran to the emphatic, believed the cup had been stolen by a professional gang that moved through the county under cover of attending cat shows. He had once read of such people in a Sunday newspaper and had decided that their depredations explained a good deal in Kent. Across the way, the woman at the wool shop took a gentler view. She said that the Lord sometimes permitted small trials to strengthen our moral fibre, and that if the cup had gone for a walk, it was because certain people had not been good stewards. She did not name the certain people. She had known them since school. Hairdressers dealt briskly in possibilities. A gentleman emerged from a chair on Burgate with his ears pinkened, his fringe bravely reconciling itself to age, and, in his mind, the firm conviction that the antiques dealer had carried out a clever substitution under cover of professional cleaning. He had it on the best authority, the authority being a woman who knew about silver because she had once dusted some. At the bus stop, an elderly man explained to a young one that the words Borough Council proved modern forgery beyond doubt because anyone who knew the town would know that Burgess's was the only proper inscription. The young one listened politely, as modern youth does when presented with history in bite-sized portions. The cathedral precincts, which have their own idea of the modern world, concerned themselves with etymology. At the library table, Mr. Castle tolerated volunteers who suggested that Burgess and Borough were cousins, and urged, with the meek ferocity of people who sweep around irreplaceable things, that this did not amount to proof of anything. Mr. Castle accepted that nothing amounted to proof until put into a footnote, but he had already written one in his head, briefly unkind to the present day. At the police station, where rumours arrive late and usually dressed as minutes, Sergeant Love brought Inspector Purbright a folded note from Mr. Hubert Pole, Vice-Chairman, containing the sentence, "It has been put to me that this is a police matter by nature, though we have the matter, of course, substantially in hand." The implied invitation was not resisted. Purbright had always thought that substantially in hand was where Canterbury liked its problems kept, preferably some other person's hand. "Courtesy calls, Love," he said, adjusting the angle of his hat as if consulting it. "We shall appear as servants of public tranquillity. The inquiries will be as light as icing sugar." Sergeant Love, who never objected to confectionery metaphors, appeared with the car. They started in Burgate Street at the shop of Mr. Swithin Vi, where objects of various certainties gleamed in forgiving light. Mr. Vi himself emerged from behind a glass case, his aspect combining the humility of clergy with the probity of a valuer. He gave the impression of apologizing for whatever you were about to imagine he had done, while asking you to admire the faultlessness with which he had not done it. "Inspector, Sergeant, you do me honour," he said, and meant that there was little honour to be had this morning. Purbright's eye took in shelves of candlesticks, a parade of minor tankards, a case devoted to jewellery that had once been tokens of attachment, and now presented itself as investment. In the centre stood a small cleared surface containing a velvet pad, a pair of cotton gloves, a little magnifier, and a bottle with a label like a chemist's whisper. Behind on the wall hung a rack of polishing mops in graduated tenderness. It had the calm of a surgery before the first appointment. "We are told," Purbright began, "that the cup spent an evening under your care." "It did," said Vi. "It had acquired, through years of honest service, what I would call a film of municipal melancholy. I removed this with respect. Silver does not require force, Inspector. It requires encouragement." Love allowed that he had always thought of it as elbow grease. "Grease," said Vi, "is for door hinges. Elbow, of course, has its uses." He smiled as a man smiles at a child's workable mistake. "I have kept the record. It is my habit to keep records. I note what comes in, the hour, its condition, and what goes out. It is my profession to understand that everyone likes to be reassured after the event." He produced a ledger whose admiration for the straight line could be taken for a moral view. On Tuesday, 10:24 a.m., he had written, "Chrysanthemum Cup, Canterbury District Horticultural Society, general surface oxidation, minor rim bruise at 1 o'clock, clean, no polishing of inscription panels." On Wednesday, 2:16 p.m. Cleaning completed. Returned. Thursday, 9:05 a.m. to Mrs. Belling at St. Mildred's. There were, in the margin, 2 small initialed ticks. One was neat and tight, his. The other was an elderly spiral that attempted neatness and had to be excused when it could not manage it. Mrs. Belling's hand, puritanical even when tired. "You made an observation yesterday," said Purbright, "about the inscription." "I said what was obvious to any person acquainted with local government," Vi answered. "The language of silver betrays the age that paid for it. I cannot improve upon that truth. I did not, however, alter the language in question. It arrived with me as it now appears." "You had no opportunity," Love put in, "to mistake the cup with another that might be similar?" "Sergeant," said Vi courteously, "a man who lives his life among look-alikes educates the eye." "Similar is a condition? The condition here is not similarity, it is intention. I would not prejudge whose intention, but I promise you it exists." There were other details, calm, factual, the weight of which Vi did not fuss. He had kept the cup overnight in his small safe because he did not trust cupboards open to inner doors. On Wednesday he had made use of a soft wheel and low pressure, and he had taken care not to rob the piece of its age, which would be like smoothing a face until it resembled a balloon. He had, on Thursday, walked the cup across to the hall in a green cloth bag. In the vestibule, he had found the cabinet open and the woman with the stoat hat attending to money as if counting beads. Mr. Pole had been discussing laminates with the librarian. Mr. Shuttleworth had been polishing the glass with a sentiment that had all the elements of prayer. He had placed the cup in the cabinet expecting, honestly, to take a small bow for having made it behave as its best self. "Mr. Vi," said Purbright, looking around, "you have a felt-tip pen." "It is used for labels," Vi replied without startle. "Prices offend unless presented as discreet footnotes. You will find that even the truth ought to have good manners." "Quite," said Purbright, and his gaze travelled on, noticing that the pen beside the ledger had left its cap askew, leaving a faint scent that librarians disdain. It told him nothing except that a felt tip can find employment in the most traditional houses. Outside the shop, Love observed, "He's as smooth as a billiard ball." "He has made himself so," said Purbright. "He has polished away any angles that might catch hold of curses. It is the only way to sell a pass to people who have one already." They went next to St. Mildred's, where two men from the society were removing bunting with a tact that hopes to avoid blame. Inside, the hall wore the exhausted air of a room that has had company and is relieved it has gone. The glass cabinet stood in its corner with reticent primness. Mrs. Belling appeared from a back room carrying a ledger, her hat in a form of deshabille not permitted during hours of commerce. "I am so glad," she said, which meant that she was about to be something else. "You will want to know about keys. I wrote out a note at breakfast because I find that if I rely on telling I am accused of rambling." She had, in fact, written a soldierly account. The cabinet key was kept in the left-hand drawer beneath the trestle, within a tin that once contained throat lozenges and now contained bits of metal that had ceased to have narratives. There had been at one time a spare, but this had been entrusted to the late verger, who had misplaced it in the late 1980s, a period Mr. Pole had described as difficult for locks. On Thursday morning she had opened the cabinet for dusting while Mr. Shuttleworth attended to glass and arrangement. When Mr. Vi arrived, she had been adding up the money from the honesty tin so that nobody could later claim that gardens had been subsidized by pastry. She believed Mr. Pole had, at some point, taken the key to consult the cabinet on the matter of height relative to signage. It had returned itself to the drawer by routes she could not swear to, but which, in her opinion, excluded gypsies and irresponsibility. "In all," she concluded, "I can only say that the cabinet was never, in the conventional sense, left unattended. It was looked at continually." "This," said Purbright, "is how things are stolen in museums." She did not like that. "We are not a museum. We are a society. We do not charge." "And your takings," said Love, with unembarrassed interest, "were up?" "They were. People are very good when they feel history has been insulted." Purbright put his hand, fingertips only, upon the cold cabinet rim. "Who corrected the poster?" "Poster?" "The one announcing the cup as a tradition since 1924, he said. "Someone had written over a printed 3. It was a neat correction." "Oh," said Mrs. Belling, brightening. "Mr. Castle, the librarian, he cannot bear inaccuracies. He always carries a pen for abolishing them." "He considered it his duty?" Purbright inquired. She looked at him gratefully. "I knew you'd understand." They found Mr. Castle where they expected him, in the cool of the library office, a room that smelled like decent men after rain. His moustache appeared to have read the morning news and chosen to stand for continuity. He made them sit and offered tea that had been poured at 8 and had not quite forgiven the hour. "One must be frank," he said, having arranged his papers, "that yesterday's episode will be a blessing to certain persons. It will give them the courage to do the wrong thing tidily." "You have a suspect in mind," said Purbright, who liked to watch the way people nominated the guilty when they believed they were protecting ideals. "No," said Castle, with a small qualm at his own rectitude. "But those who speak of reproductions for safety, who speak of replicas as though the world were a museum shop, they will be emboldened. Councillor Tegg, for instance, regards objects as hostages to fortune. He is a modern. He does not care for hostages. You do not like him?" "I like him well enough as a citizen," said Castle. "He's generous at fêtes and says the right things at funerals. As a councillor, he would laminate Canterbury if permitted. Lamination is irreversibility in plastic." "You altered the poster." "Of course. I could not stand before 1923 and say nothing. If a man cannot speak for 1924, what can he speak for?" He opened a drawer with solemn satisfaction and produced the offending slip. A thin board with the printed digit overwritten in firm black. He showed it like an exhibit that had been cured of heresy. "You were present," said Purbright, "when Mr. Vi returned the cup." "I was." Castle's eyes softened with the memory of a modest occasion. There was a pleasant exchange on the appropriate size of fonts for explanatory labels. Mr. Pole believes the public is best informed by the emphatic. I believe information should arrive as a friend. During this, the cabinet was at intervals open and closed, much as a mouth is during conversation. Was anyone else near it? Mr. Shuttleworth was polishing his own reflection into invisibility. He is a good man. He believes nothing bad can occur if he is polishing. Mrs. Belling counted money. Mr. Pole gestured. The door was open because furniture and poster boards behave better if they do not have to navigate corners alone. A woman came in with carnations and asked if the cup was silver or plate, and was told, "Silver, dear," in a voice designed to make plate reconsider its life. And then, because mornings must advance, we moved on. Castle hesitated, then allowed himself a small indiscretion. "There has been talk for some time of insurance valuations. The Society's old policies are written in a font that suggests string. We were to have a visit next week from a gentleman called Harpin, East Kent Mutual. He phoned my office because he wanted to see archival photographs to support a valuation. I told him that if his company had been in existence at the time, it would have been in the yearbooks. He said he would bring biscuits. He sounded agreeable." "Did you mention this plan to Mr. Pole?" "It was he who mentioned it to me." "Councillor Tegg?" "I imagine he knows everything that involves a premium," said Castle, almost kindly. "He is the sort of man who tells you not to worry about risk and then makes you sign a form promising never to have any." They went away, leaving Castle caressing, with 2 fingers, the edge of an old catalogue, as though reminding it that not all modernity went unchallenged. On the stair, Love asked, "If you were to bet your hat, sir?" "I should keep my hat," said Purbright. "It keeps off many things besides rain." By noon they were admitted to Councillor Tegg's house in St. George's Place by a maid of the type that knows how to make a corridor feel like ceremony. The house had standing, it did not vaunt it. So much money had passed through its dining room over the decades that the chairs looked upholstered in compromise. Mrs. Tegg received them in a drawing-room where chrysanthemums, cut and very correct, stood under a mirror that had seen young men go to wars and return with marriages instead. "I only want it all to be settled," she said at once, putting a coffee cup down with the carefulness of a person who has learned not to break things in front of a town. "Reginald says it must be handled without fuss. He believes that fuss, once started, breeds." "Your husband," said Purbright, has experience of breeding." She attempted a smile. "He knows what grows where profit can be made, to sit still." Reginald Tegg entered as men do who have repeatedly practiced the difference between authority and welcome. He shook hands with contained precision and made a little speech for the benefit of prosperity. He had heard, of course, about the unfortunate confusion of trophies. It was exactly the sort of episode that could, if not managed with dignity, become a story in the local newspapers from the court's page, which he regarded as doubly undesirable. The society must not be injured by idle rumour. At the same time, one must be practical. Canterbury could not expect to maintain indefinitely a collection of attractive objects without provisions for their safety. He had for some time advocated the use of replicas, locked originals, and a sensible programme of insurance. In this connection, he had spoken to East Kent Mutual. He had the honour to be a governor. The gentleman Harpin was due to advise, pro bono if necessary. "You suggested replicas before yesterday," said Purbright. It was not a question. "I have always," replied Tegg, with the air of someone who prefers to have always been right, "held the view that sentiment must be protected from itself." "Did you?" asked Love, who had watched handsome men carefully all his life. "Ever handle the cup when it came back from the cleaning place?" "Aye. Number Georgina returned it. I assume she gave it to the appropriate person." "Mr. Vi says it was placed by him in the cabinet while you were present," Purbright mentioned. "He mentioned lamination at the time." "Ah," said Tegg, with the impatience of a man to whom the necessities of display are tiresome as talk about grandchildren on trains. "Yes, Poll wants to make exhibitions idiot-proof. If we remain patient, Love, the idiot will die off. In the meantime, I was indeed there. I can assure you that the cup was as usual to my eye, which is not, I confess, an expert one. I have not the gift for silver. I have the gift for ledgers." "You will understand," said Purbright, "that people are inclined to connect insurance and disaster." "People connect everything with disaster," said Tegg, not unreasonably. "It relieves them of the duty to prevent it." He smiled his public smile, which would have been handsome if it had not been busy. "Inspector, you will rely on facts. Do call upon me for any assistance I can conscientiously provide." They called, instead, on Mr. Shuttleworth, who lived above a shop that sold haberdashery with the seriousness of homeopathy. He received them in a sitting-room containing a stuffed owl and a photograph of an aunt who had been suspected in 1928 of keeping a romantic secret with a clarinetist. He had not recovered from yesterday's indignity. It had been his vocation to place things at right angles to other things until the appearance of order, and now order itself had been declared untrustworthy. He spoke of the cup's weight as other men speak of first love. He remembered how it sat, slightly biased on the left from the old bruise. He remembered the little squeak the cabinet door made if you closed it with your knee because your hands were occupied. He confessed, with the humility of a man admitting to breathing, that he had allowed the cabinet to remain unlatched for a quarter of an hour while he damped a cloth again because somebody, it might have been Poll, it might have been the woman with carnations, had asked him the question about plate. He had said, "Silver, dear," in a voice not designed to rebuke plate. He was mortified. "Mr. Shuttleworth," said Purbright, "when you placed the cup in the cabinet after Mr. Vi returned it, did it feel like itself?" Shuttleworth took off his spectacles, as if to consult the truth unaided. "It felt sleepy," he said at last. "Ours is a cup that when you touch it seems to remember being touched. It has a sort of alertness. This one seemed to be doing its best. I did not think it would deceive us, not if we believed in it." "That is how we avoid deceivers," Purbright murmured. "We believe what they are trying for." They made a last small call at the hall on the caretaker, A man named Moses, who had never, so far as Canterbury had been able to discover, parted the Red Sea, but who did have the gift of knowing where things were. He had seen a poster board being trimmed with a knife that belonged to the vicarage and cut the meringue at parish teas. He had learned that new laminates smelt like rooms that had been shut. He had opinions on glue. He had not noticed a cup being exchanged for anything. When they were once more in the car, Love ventured, "We have suspects as many as entries in the novelty vegetables." "We have people," said Purbright. "Suspects appear later if you force them. It is better to see who moves to stand in a convenient place." "And who is moving?" "Everyone," said Purbright, almost cheerfully. Mr. Vi moves away from vulgarity, Mr. Pole moves towards lamination, Mr. Castle moves to defend the past from typographical insult, Mrs. Belling moves coins from doubt to column, Mr. Shuttleworth moves dust from level to level. Councillor Tegg moves everything into ledger lines. The cup has been caught up in these motions. A thing may be stolen by being lifted, it may also be stolen by being needed. Back in his office, Purbright wrote nothing. He looked instead at a small pile that had come from the station's Morning Post, a notice from the borough, from the council, about an adjustment to parking on Saturdays, a circular from East Kent Mutual, he marked the name with a pencil but did not underline it, suggesting householders check their sums insured in the light of inflation, which had become in late years a polite term for other people's decisions. A letter, hand-delivered, from Mr. Pole, asking that public statements be avoided until the committee had considered optics, and, placed by Sergeant Love with the respect ordinarily paid to a sleeping baby, a scrap of stiff paper found under a table at St. Mildred's during the morning's tidying. It was the corner of a business card. It had a telephone number with no exchange letters and the words, "Municipal Reproductions, R. Bass & Sons, Birmingham." The first letter of the firm's name had been torn. The rest of the card was missing. Love said, "Caretaker found it near where Mr. Pole wanted to put the new sign." Could be from last year, of course. Or from the year they decided to have tea at 3 instead of past. Purbright held the scrap as one might hold a child's found feather. It was not proof of anything. It was a suggestion about the sort of conversation that might have occurred in rooms, in offices, between men who called one another by surnames because it saved time. He replaced it without ceremony beneath the circular from the insurance. The two bits of paper did not accuse, they simply altered the furniture of the case. He stirred himself only to walk down the passage to the records office where the constable with a mind for filing sat among the city's smaller secrets. "Would you be kind enough," he asked, "to tell me whether a firm in Birmingham ending in & Sons with an especial interest in municipal reproductions has been corresponded with by any of our local talents this past year, particularly by Councillor Tegg, Mr. Pole, or the Horticultural Society as an entity pretending to be a person?" The constable, who liked nothing better than letters that behaved, said he would look. Purbright did not trouble him with urgency. He had, instead, a feeling creep across the surface of his day, rather like the sensation one has when a draught finds a gap in a window one has always loved. It was instructive rather than alarming. He returned to his desk and, because there is solace in order, wrote out on a half-sheet the procession to which Mrs. Tegg had unwittingly contributed. Mrs. Tegg's heartfelt return of the cup, Mr. Vi's professional custody, Mrs. Belling's counting of coins, Mr. Pole's gestures, Mr. Shuttleworth's polishing, Mr. Castle's fatigue with error, the open door for poster boards, the deliveries in and out, and the observable desire in all that things should be improved. He added, because he liked to see arithmetic, a column of what had been said, and a column of how it had been said. Words, he had learned, do not give themselves away unless made to feel at home. Vi had been precise without being defensive. Pole had been brisk but had not looked quite at the thing in the cabinet, preferring to address the situation. Castle had been dry and affectionate, with what ought to have been a simple committee pleasure. Mrs. Belling had counted. Shuttleworth had nearly prayed. Tegg had smiled more often than the occasion required. The woman with carnations had not been found. He replaced his pencil, thought better of replacing it, and instead drew a small square around the words municipal reproductions and another around Harpin biscuits. He could imagine, without difficulty, the exact tone of biscuit with which Harpin would arrive, the slightly tactical manner in which he would offer them so that the conversation could be sweetened just as policies were about to be discussed. He could also imagine a man in Birmingham writing in a letter that they could provide cups in the ancient style so that societies would have tranquillity as well as shine. None of this accused. It described a country at peace with the appearance of things. In the corridor beyond his door, someone laughed, the particular candid laugh that belongs to policemen when discussing a motorist who has attempted to claim that his car moved itself. There was comfort in it. Purbright allowed himself, for the first time that day, to think about lunch. Then, before he could stand, the telephone rang with the unapologetic clarity of those instruments that know they bind you to neighbours. It was the constable from Records. "Found a file, sir," he said with quiet pride. "Letterhead from Rothermere and Sons, Municipal Reproductions, Birmingham. Photocopy of an estimate. Dated April. Addressed to Mr. Hubert Pole at the Society. Mention of Councillor Tegg. They can supply faithful facsimiles of trophies on deposit at a reduced introductory price. Mr. Pole has written for committee on it in green. There's also a note of a phone call last month from the same firm to the Society Treasurer. Says, no decision yet, matter in hand." Scribble looks like Mrs. Belling. "Thank you," said Purbright. He felt, not shock, but the little settling one experiences when a table finally stands on all four legs. "No immediate action, please. Let the papers sit a while." He replaced the receiver and sat very still. He saw in that moment the mild and perfect form that good intentions take when they begin to look like theft, if anything goes wrong. He saw why a fake cup, carefully chosen and gently introduced, might do no harm at all, provided nobody noticed. He also saw how the moment anyone noticed, harm would fly, as if released from tin, to a row of people who had never wanted harm, but had wanted things to be easier, shinier, safer, and beyond the reach of untidy chance. He stood at last, collected his hat, and remarked to Love, "We have reached the point at which we must be seen to be doing something. Let us do it with our usual lack of haste." "What is it we shall do, sir?" "Ask Mr. Pole to show us his committee minutes," said Purbright, "and perhaps invite Mr. Harpin to bring his biscuits a day early." "And the lady with carnations?" "Ah," said Purbright softly, as if greeting a friend he had been meaning to ring. "If a person brings flowers to a hall and asks whether a cup is silver, it may be because she wonders whether her own is. We shall find her by asking who grows carnations too keenly. In Canterbury there are only 4. He did not hurry. He did not, as a habit, hurry towards people who would hang themselves if left the time. He and Love set out, 2 figures of ordinary height moving through a town that believed nothing serious ever happened here, and therefore, when it did, preferred to call it a misunderstanding. The cup sat in its cabinet and attempted innocence. The morning ticked towards afternoon with a respect for custom. Somewhere not far away, a felt-tip pen slowly dried, and a small card with a Birmingham number waited in a pocket for the moment it could be shown without seeming to implicate anyone at all. The committee room at the council offices was too tall for the number of decisions made in it. Its ceiling lent solemnity to choices about signage and flower arrangements that in any robust town would have been settled with a nod over sausages. Here, the height insisted on minutes and subcommittees and the sort of careful consensus that nobody can later be blamed for. Mr. Hubert Pole sat at the head of the table with a pen, which in his mind was the same as a gavel, and gazed with conscientious gravity at Inspector Purbright, as if conferring upon him a portion of municipal duty. "It has been suggested," said Pole between commas that were audible, "that the present situation could be exploited by persons unfriendly to the society. Unless we get ahead of it, we cannot be seen to dither." Purbright regarded the minutes book. It had, like most such books, a core of paper that would have made a good fire. "Dithering," he observed, "is often an accusation made by people who prefer not to be interrupted while they are arranging things." Pole did not resent this because he believed himself above it. "You will wish to see the relevant entries," he said, and passed the minutes along. His pen had been green at the last meeting, a colour sane men reserve for billiard tables and hope. The entry of April recorded a general discussion upon the advisability of commissioning representational facsimiles of certain trophies for exhibition, the originals to be lodged securely and insured, proposed by Mr. Pole and seconded by Councillor Tegg. There were thin remarks from Mrs. Belling, wishes to consult premiums, and from Mr. Shuttleworth, raised concern at the spiritual effect upon inquirers. The minutes rendered this as public disappointment, a mercy to the record. "Pure prudence," Pole said. "No action was authorized." "For committee," murmured Purbright, reading Pole's green underlining. "An action of a kind." "Preparatory," said Pole, who kept a shelf in his mind for words that justified postponement. "We must be careful not to give the impression that we were in any way, rehearsing deceit." "I should be content," said Purbright, "to give the impression that you were rehearsing tidiness." Pole relaxed a little. His private thought that an antiques dealer who took a cup home for the night and returned a cousin could with some fairness be called an opportunity for popular indignation, tried briefly to step forward. It was not, he admitted in a part of himself, he rarely consulted that he believed Mr. Vi guilty. It was that he believed the town would believe it. That belief, once launched, would do all the work. Pole was an organizer of small towns. He understood weather. "We are being pressed," he said, "by certain voices to make a statement." His eyes, without quite moving, suggested Councillor Tegg. "We shall manage with a conversation," Purbright replied. "Statements are like stones in rivers. Put them down and the water only finds a way around." A footman of bureaucracy tapped the door, admitted himself as Mr. Harpin, and dispersed an agreeable smile with a plate of biscuits. He had the air of a man whose profession depended upon offering comfort in exchange for paperwork. His suit had been chosen not to show biscuit crumbs. He would have been comfortable arranging deck chairs on the Titanic so long as the chairs had been paid for. "I have taken the liberty," he began, setting down the plate at a point equidistant from everybody's hand, "of arriving a day ahead of your convenience, Mr. Pole. News travels quickly in Canterbury. I thought best to present my biscuits early. It puts everyone in the right frame." Pole waved him to a chair and indicated the inspector with a small movement that combined respect with surrender. "You know our local guardians," he said. "I do by reputation," said Harpin, with the courtesy due to a uniform one might one day need to ring. "Inspector, Sergeant. East Kent Mutual wishes only to see our towns protected from the sort of misfortune that with better planning becomes a minor anomaly." "Have you insured a minor anomaly lately?" asked Purbright friendly. "One must be careful," said Harpin, pleased, "not to treat anomalies as if they were the same as risk. Risk is a calculation. Anomaly is a story. Our business handles the former. Our clients generously handle the latter." "Your business," said Pole, making the introductions behave like a committee, "has proposed to advise the society on appropriate sums insured for our silver. And to consider," Harpin added, "the possibility of replicas indiscreetly employed for public display, the originals remaining ere the cupboard under lock and policy. It is a practice that finds favour in museums. It offends only the purist and the thief." "Who," supplied Purbright, "usually turn out to have much in common." Harpin's smile held. He did not mind wit. He dealt, every day, in people who had had their furniture carried off and were making the best of it. "We had, in April," he said, accepting a biscuit, "an enquiry letter. I brought a copy, as we pride ourselves on scrupulous records. From his attaché case, which had never seen battle, he produced correspondence on paper that had tried for prestige and achieved weight. The letterhead was familiar to Purbright from his Morning Post. The reply had been to Pole, modest in tone, offering to visit, evaluate, and make recommendations with no obligation. "There is a further paper," Pole confessed, with the rueful bravery of a man owning to a harmless vice, "from a firm in Birmingham that constructs municipal reproductions. The thought was to make the originals safe, any temporary display being achieved with the replica. You perceive the modern energy behind it." "I perceive," said Purbright, "the age-old human desire to enjoy two incompatible comforts." Harpin had brought statistics. He did not bring them out. He had also brought a young clerk from his office to carry them, and noticing with private alarm that she had not arrived in his wake, he excused himself 2 seconds after they heard a foot stumble on the corridor mat. "Miss Truebody," he called, opening the door with a tolerance that was almost affection. "Mavis, come in. Do not be afraid of council floors. All floors in Kent are the same beneath us." Mavis Truebody entered, apologizing to the mat and the world. She was the sort of girl who could mislay a carnation by putting it reverently down. She carried a folder fat with forms and a face that had not yet learned how to pretend a thing it did not feel. She had the cautious pluck of 22 and an aunt in the town who judged flower arrangements. She set the file where Harpin pointed and looked to flee. Her eyes encountered the inspector and regarded him as one regards a policeman one has previously addressed in imagination while rehearsing a confession to doing nothing wrong. "You were, Miss Truebody," said Purbright moderately, "present at St. Mildred's on Thursday morning?" Harpin attempted to redirect. "Miss Truebody was merely fetching her aunt's carnations," Mavis said, "because she could not tell a lie while a policeman was being gentle with her. She does not like to carry them from her house because people look. I told her I would take them on my way to the office. I set them down on the vestibule chair. The door was open and everything smelt new, like the school laminations. The cup was in the cabinet with the door open. A man with a moustache made a correction on a poster, I noticed, because the black ink was very confident. And Mr. Pole was, showing a card to Mrs. Belling and put a small piece of it into his notebook. I thought then it must be a way committees have of keeping secrets tidy." Mavis stopped, having said too much with perfect innocence, and waited to be told whether secrets ought to be tidy. Pole did not blink. He possessed that element of courage that consists of holding a stare when somebody mentions a loose end. Miss Truebody saw me place, into my notebook, a corner of a card fallen from the floor that contained information relevant to the committee and not to the general melee of chairs and poster boards. It was a responsible act. Did the corner go back to the rest of the card? Asked Purbright. I put the larger piece in the waste paper basket, Mrs. Belling volunteered from the doorway, where she had arrived without warning. She had a way of being at the edges of prudence when it mattered. Moses could not abide fragments in the wrong bin. I may have later rescued it in case it was needed. I am not sure. It is impossible to keep a decent continuity of bins in a public hall. Harpin's smile had grown more cautious. He was thinking with his professional mind, which had to keep an eye on liability the way a lamplighter once kept an eye on unlit corners, that a town which tore business cards and corrected posters could not be left with originals. The important thing, he said carefully, is not who touched the paper, but what is best for the silver. Quite, said Purbright. Still, paper tells its own chapbook if you read it as a story. Miss Truebody, when you put the carnations down, did anyone remark them? She frowned, reproaching her memory's manners. The man with the polishing cloth, Mr. Shuttleworth, said he hoped someone would win for something that smelt honest for a change. The moustached gentleman smiled without his eyes and went back to the number on the poster. Then a man came with a long board, and I held the door. Thank you, said Purbright. He did not ask her not to tell anyone because he knew she would tell her aunt and would tell it accurately. Truth needs to be told to someone or it begins to busy itself with improvements. Mavis fled, obedient to a hand gesture from Harpin that had learned its kindness on a training course. Harpin remained and did a small speech about civic prudence. He repeated that East Kent Mutual did not advise, it would merely provide options, a word that modern men believe to be morally neutral. After he had gone, Poll sat forward. He wished, with a force that only half concealed itself, that somebody would be obvious. He liked the world better when it carried labels. We are bound, he suggested, to consider the possibility that the antiques dealer took advantage of the cup's visit to his premises to achieve an exchange. One hears of such things. Pewter substituted for plate, plate for silver, lid for other lid. It is a world of lids. I dare say, said Purbright, one hears of councillors obtaining estimates for replicas with a similar sense of prudence. Poll's lips became ministerial. We have all done what is proper in our several ways. Quite, said Purbright. It will be pleasant to prove. Sergeant Love, who had been noting in a patient hand names and times that could later be held up to the light, asked, Do we know who else besides Miss Truebody cultivates carnations in a way that makes them busy on Thursday mornings? Poll had a list for everything. He produced one now. Mrs. Spick, who runs the laundry behind the station, Miss Pyramus, a retired schoolteacher who is frightful to faint-hearted judges, Mr. Jeffcott, the Teg's gardener, and Mrs. Dallow, who is not so much a cultivator as a buyer with principles. Mr. Jeffcott, said Love, belongs to the Teg household. Tens, corrected Poll, who would not concede feudal implications. The house belongs to Canterbury, as does Reg himself on high days. Then perhaps, murmured Purbright, we shall begin our little vegetable plot at the laundry. It was the sort of laundry that could be smelt long before it could be seen, one of those admirable establishments that understand the difference between spring water and an extra boil. Mrs. Spick, a woman whose hair had the formidable permanence of pins, received the inspector at the counter with the suspicion she reserved for any visit not accompanied by bedding. You will be wanting charity ribbons, I don't suppose, she said, and I do not know about any cup, except I hope the person who's taken it returns it with the proper people embarrassed. You are not, said Purbright, a person to be easily embarrassed. No, Mrs. Spick admitted, not without pride. I send my things out in the world prepared. If they get caught in scandal, they can answer for themselves. she observed him with practical kindness. "You'll have heard that I carry carnations for my windows. It's not because I'm sentimental, it's because they last." "You were at St. Mildred's on Thursday morning?" "Dropped a box off for my sister, whose hands aren't what they were," she said. "I saw the polishing man tongue his mouth because the glass squeaked, and I saw that counsellor of yours indicate, with his hands, a lack of patience." The librarian altered a digit as if it owed him rent. The antiques fellow brought the cup and took off his gloves the way a man takes off his hat in church, pretending it's for God and meaning it's for his mother. Nothing happened except what always happens. People interfered until they found they could not. Then they put what they had made back the way it was. "You are not surprised there is a fuss?" "I am only surprised," Mrs. Spick said, "that people have to keep discovering the same truths afresh. If you want to know who took that cup, Inspector, find the person best served by nobody asking where it has been for 40 years. Not the thief, the tidy one." "Who are Canterbury's tidy ones?" asked Purbright. "All of us," said Mrs. Spick, and smiled. "We like our messes to be the kind one can dust." Miss Pyramus, discovered in a parlour, lined with magazines about grammar published under various governments, had a view that combined indignation with pedagogy. She could not abide the present fashion for replicas. Children, she said, were too much in contact with plastic. It made them morally itchy. If the cup was gone, it was because somebody had failed to set an example. "Look at your policemen's hats," she said, with unnecessary severity to Love. "No shine. In my day, shine meant character." "Miss Pyramus," said Purbright, "did you, on Thursday morning, ask Mr. Shuttleworth whether the cup was silver or plate?" She drew herself up. "I know the difference by smell. I do not ask questions to which I can discover answers with my nose." She considered. "There was a young woman who did not." She inquired as if the knowledge would change her day. "I assumed she wanted to know whether her aunt would boast or merely be pleased." "Miss Truebody," said Love, delighted. He liked it when people lined up. "Something like Truebody," Miss Pyramus conceded, who had taught so many surnames that they formed a tide. She was all knees and care. I encouraged her to pursue knowledge. She blushed and apologized to a board. Mr. Jeffcott, found at the Tegg greenhouse pruning a philosophy into a rose bush, was slow to admit he had been in a hall where posters were being straightened by nervy men. He did not think halls stayed put quite long enough for comfort. He could not be shaken in his regard for Mrs. Tegg, whom he described as careful with stems, a compliment he afforded few. He had not asked about silver. Silver did not show dust. He had a distant respect for Mr. Vi because that man can tell you a leaf's age by how it cracks. Of Councillor Tegg he spoke as of weather one cannot alter. By late afternoon the day had tidied itself into a series of sensible observations that did not yet amount to a conclusion. Purbright had the patience for this. He had seen, more than once, a town walk in its sleep through a narrow gate and wake to find itself on a slope. He preferred to see where the slope led before advising anybody to throw ropes. He and Love returned through the cathedral precinct, where Mr. Castle was crossing the close with a clipboard as if about to inspect the moon for filing errors. He greeted them with the dry cordiality of a man whose tribe has learned to live with visitors and other men's enthusiasms. "You will be told," he said, "that the proper course is to be practical. I suggest as an alternative that we be decent instead. Decency often produces the same results as practicality without the aftertaste." "Are you accusing decency," asked Love, "of being slow?" "Yes," said Castle, "and of being proud of it." He nodded towards the society hall, barely visible beyond the trees. Mr. Pole proposes to blame Mr. Vi in the way a man blames a broom when he has been sloppy with ashes. He wishes to advertise rectitude. Rectitude does not require advertisements, it requires receipts. "You have," said Purbright gently, "a receipt." "In the cathedral," Castle said. "We keep everything. It is our only strategy against the passing of time. I am not certain it is a good one, but I have, preserved by the pig-headedness of a former librarian, an early photograph of the cup's base when the town still had burgesses. One sees the particular marks, tiny but distinctly of their era. Compare it to the present, and you will know just how faithful the cousin is." He stroked the clipboard as one strokes a cat. "I shall bring it to you, if that helps. I confess a desire to be useful to truth." "Truth," said Purbright, "likes a librarian to take it for walks. It otherwise lies too much." When they were again at the station, Sergeant Love produced triumphantly a list, names, times, comments, and a fabricant line between paper and metal with tick marks showing how often each had been handled. It was a chart that would have impressed a school inspector. Purbright, who had known more than one chart to contain less information than a sigh, thanked him. "What now, sir?" "We shall write to Rothermere and Sons," said Purbright, "not to ask questions, but to see what sort of reply they choose as their habit. We shall invite Mr. Vi to look at the librarian's photograph and tell us, without prompting, what speaks to him. We shall accept Mr. Pole's minutes and keep them in a file that is neither urgent nor forgotten. We shall ask Miss Truebody to deliver a message to her aunt that is not a message at all, and we shall not for the moment accuse anybody of anything. The town will assist us. It cannot bear a question without producing a confession of some sort." Love nodded. He liked it when the world behaved like a classroom in which the clever child shows his work only at the end. Purbright sat a while after Love had gone, listening to the unremarkable sounds of a station. Telephones ringing, a typewriter apologizing for its age, assistant, a constable's cough kept small on purpose. He reflected, not without temperance, that Councillor Tegg's idea of plague was public fuss, and that Mr. Pole's was to be caught in a tangle of his own prudence. Mr. Vi feared vulgarity, Mr. Castle feared sloppiness, Mrs. Belling feared uncounted coins, Mr. Shuttleworth feared the loss of an angle. Each of these, brought together, could generate an event more efficiently than malice. He rose and walked to the window. The day had become one of those English afternoons that make a mockery of forecasts, assuming a brightness it had not earned. In the street below, a boy walked with a bag of something that clinked like marbles and might have been the beginning of a collection. Across the way, the woman from the wool shop was telling a man from the fishmonger's that the police had been to see Mrs. Spick, which proved that crime was always connected to laundry if you went far enough back. Two elderly men negotiated a bench as if it had moved since morning. Canterbury was being itself. A small envelope lay on his desk when he turned back. It had been hand-delivered, addressed in the sort of precise, old-fashioned hand that never learned to forgive the fountain pen for blotting. Inside, on a single sheet torn with care from the corner of something larger, were 7 words and a telephone number. "Ask about the base panel. Keep quiet." The number was local. The handwriting, if one were inclined to characterize the movement of ink, belonged to someone who had learned to write when loops were taught, and afterwards adopted a manner that stepped between flourished and firm. It might have been a woman obliged to be sensible, or a man deciding not to show off. Purbright thought of Castle. He thought of Mrs. Belling. He thought unavoidably of Miss Pyramus, and then, with a shade more interest, of Moses the caretaker who had once catalogued the meringue knives. He did not immediately pick up the telephone. He had once told a young officer that hurrying was good for athletics and unfortunate for appreciation. Instead, he wrote on the outside of the envelope, in his small, neat hand, the single word odd. He placed it beside the circular from East Kent Mutual and the scrap of card regarding municipal reproductions. The three together made a little triptych of modern respectability: insurance, reproduction, and anonymous advice. He blew a short breath that might have been a laugh if it had been given help. In a town where scandal prefers to behave as misunderstanding, an anonymous note was an event of almost indecency. It meant that someone judged polite confrontation insufficient. It meant, too, that someone wished the truth to be sorted out before it hardened into a narrative convenient to busy men. Purbright felt a faint sympathy for the unknown hand. It had done its best to be useful, without being brave. The base panel, he thought. If one were substituting a cup that was very like the other, one might prefer to replace that part which carried names. One might indeed keep it, out of some mixture of prudence and sentiment, rather than let it be melted with the rest. He did not stand over the telephone like a man waiting for forgiveness. He sat down, folded his hands on the desk in a posture his mother would have approved, and considered who, in Canterbury, knew the number on the note before it was written. Then he dialed, slowly, as if telephones were still rare and easily startled. The number on the note answered once, then again, as if it, too, preferred to consider whether conversation were warranted. A third ring brought a voice which sounded like old varnish saving a chair. "Hall," it said, and then, because there are many halls and Canterbury is precise, "St. Mildred's, good morning," said Purbright. "You have perhaps a piece of advice on the subject of a base panel. I can, in exchange, offer silence." There was a pause whose length belonged to people who think before they are honest. "If you were to walk," the varnish said, "without being obvious as you do, and look under the left-hand drawer of the trestle where the honesty tin sits, you would notice something to make you ask for a screwdriver rather than a witness. You would then put your hat on and leave it be until tonight, when power will not be on, and people who notice things will be in other rooms, noticing other things." "Moses," said Purbright, "thank you. It is one of the necessities of policing in a town like Canterbury that one knows whom to thank by name and whom to thank with a nod, as if one has remembered where they left their umbrella." Moses preferred nods. He had made his life here by owning keys to rooms more important than votes. After lunch, which he did not really eat, Purbright took a stroll that happened to be in the direction of St. Mildred's. His hat, in which the town had been taught to see a sign of leisure rather than intention, tilted at a degree which had previously indicated only weather. He spent 2 minutes admiring a side-altar memorial to a curate who had both a family and a sea voyage within the same paragraph, and then let himself be wafted, by a historically justified curiosity, into the parish hall. The bunting had been folded. The air smelt of floor polish working through sorrow. At the far end, a woman who had learned to sweep in the presence of conversation swept as if none would occur until she had finished. He glanced at the trestle. The honesty tin had removed itself to a cupboard by way of Mrs. Belling. The left-hand drawer presented an insignificant gap where wood did not quite meet wood, the sort of gap that invites fingernails and regrets. He slid the drawer open a shallow inch, looked inside at the sort of objects which migrate into drawers to avoid being judged. A candle stub, 2 elastics that had forgotten what to hold, a medal ribbon whose medal had chosen a new life elsewhere. Beneath, a sliver of metal announced itself by reflecting his tie. It was not an object, it was a suggestion. The underside of the drawer had been eased to allow a narrow thing to be pressed and held by a strip of gummed paper. The paper did not belong. It had the gentle sheen of an envelope that had been encouraged to 2 lives. He did not pick at it. He pressed the drawer back with an indifference that had taken him years to practice. He turned, watched a small speck of dust decide whether to fall, thanked the sweeping woman for existing, and went away without looking as if he had gone away on purpose. "That," said Love, when told, "is the sort of oddness that makes people tidy their souls in a hurry." "Let us allow them their tidying," said Purbright. "We will return when the bravest have finished being at home." They returned at 9, when halls become draftier in their memories, and Moses, who had not left because leaving meant losing the right to notice, was waiting with a screwdriver which had once been the proper companion of a pudding basin. "I do not know what you will think," he said, "and I am hopeful not to be asked to think it myself." Purbright raised the drawer, eased the gummed strip away as one undoes a child's plasters with a promise, and drew out something, long and reluctant. It came into the light with the reluctance of objects that know they have been misused, curved to fit a base and engraved in a hand that had enjoyed propriety the silvery band recorded, in the orderly progression of years, winners of the Chrysanthemum Cup from 1924 to the year before last. The letters were small and still, the names unfashionably complete. There were no scratches of recent adjustment. There were 3 tiny screw holes along the upper lip. A 4th had acquired a burr in some episode before the war. Georgina Tegg, engraved as neatly as any of her predecessors, was there in her correctness. "The panel," said Love, reverent despite himself. Moses nodded, as if he had put something back in order by admitting it existed. "It fell," he said. "That is to say, somebody put it there where people who could be relied upon to find it would find it and not shout. Mr. Pole has been in and out all day, as if he were a draft. He has not looked under anything. He does not own that kind of looking. Miss Belling would not put it there because it is not her drawer. Mr. Shuttleworth would have put it between paper and glass and labelled it awaiting reinstatement. Mr. Castle would have written a note to go with it, explaining that some persons cannot be trusted with screws. The person that put it there knows that I look under drawers. You," said Purbright mildly, "have the sort of conscience that collects crannies." "I have to," said Moses. "If I didn't, the vicarage would visit me with string and insist I keep it. The world depends on people who know where things go when nobody else does. Are we going to accuse anybody of wit?" "We are going," said Purbright, and he took up the panel as if it asked to be carried. To keep quiet and ask questions whose answers require people to reveal the size of their screwdriver. The presence of this tells me that the present cup is not the original, and that the replacement was generous enough to be furnished with its new blank by a person who thought continuity should be preserved. The difficulty with continuity, he added, is that it arrives with gaps. Moses allowed himself a small indulgence. "You will not, I hope, let them put laminates on our poster boards. They trap dust in a way that gives me dreams." "We shall fight lamination with decency," said Purbright. "It will be the only victory permitted to us." He did not show the panel to anyone at once. He locked it into a drawer at the station, whose key he carried in his own pocket, a gesture which had the rare result of making Love feel that the base of the world was under control for one evening. "And next," he told the sergeant, "we shall let Mr. Castle show us his photograph and recognize, without being told, that he and we are discussing the same faith." They found Castle the following morning in a humour that the cathedral reserves for days when the nave is full, of school children who have brought packeted centenary. He had readied his photograph, which he produced with a tenderness that would have seemed affected had it not been, a librarian's holy habit. The image showed the cup in a year when moustaches were still honourable and photography monotone, being held by a man in a blazer who would have looked very well in a rowing boat. The base of the cup, cast in the distinctively unassertive style of the early 20s, had tiny decorative flutings like polite laughter. The panel of names was visible up to 1938. Within the slight irregularity of the metal at one point, the burr Moses had noticed appeared in embryo. It was, in a quiet way, a portrait. "We ought," said Castle, as he laid the photograph down on a sheet of paper that had itself been bested by survival, "to be able to say there in the confident tone of men who believe in geography. The base is itself. This one," he gestured with caution towards the cabinet in the hall, where the cousin had resumed the posture of innocence, "has a base which, though entirely proper and very well made, is not ours. If you will look at the maker's little flourish, barely a mark really, more a whim near the inner periphery, you will see it is of a different whim. This present whim comes from a Birmingham hand that, if pressed, could be persuaded to write Rothermere and Sons." "You have a name for whim," said Purbright, pleased. "It would comfort me to think so," said Castle. "In a town where decisions are anagrams of each other, whim is sometimes our only honest word." Mr. Vi arrived in response to an invitation that had deliberately used the phrase, "if you would not mind." He did not mind. He carried with him a magnifier and an expression which indicated that he had been asked to identify the family resemblance in two similar but not identical nieces. He studied the photograph. Then, in the presence of Castle and Purbright together, and with the deliberate ignorance of the cupboard which now contained the panel, he went to the cabinet and leaned in so that his nose almost met the present base. "I will tell you," he said at last, "what has been done. A very faithful copy has been supplied, I should imagine at some expense, and married to a new base, the join being decent, and to the eye of ceremony invisible. It is not disreputable work, it is conscientious. The person who ordered it did not intend to bully us with vulgarity. He or she intended to be kind. The difficulty with kindness is that if poorly introduced, it sounds like condescension." "Would you say," asked Love, "that the join is the sort that came out of a box with screws? Or did it require a man with tools and the notion of Monday morning?" "It required," Vi replied, "3 very small screws and a steady hand, even better, 2 hands, and 5 minutes alone with a cloth for comfort. The cloth is important. It makes a person feel tidy." "Who," said Castle morosely, "in our circle feels tidy with a cloth?" "Mr. Shuttleworth," said Vi at once, then because he was fairer than most men to people he had known for years. But he would never attempt this without telling everyone what he was going to attempt, provided only that they did not tell him not to attempt it. Purbright thanked them both and did not produce the panel. He preferred, for the moment, to remain a step behind the town's chorus. It is the only way to discover the tune someone else is singing under their breath. He returned to his office to find that Canterbury had taken the matter in hand, in its own inimitable fashion. The local paper had arrived with a headline that managed to be accusatory and civil at the same time. "Mayor praises Society's vigilance as cup confusion continues." Beneath, a column by a journalist whose stock in trade was moral grammar lamented that modern reliance on experts can sometimes lead us astray however well-intentioned, and said that Mr. Swithin Vi, though a gentleman in every way, would doubtless wish to cooperate fully with any prudent inquiries. Love placed the paper down as if avoiding infection. "That," he said, "sets the town at its ease." "It offers it a shelf to put its worry on," said Purbright. "We must be careful not to tidy too quickly. Tidy men often take the wrong things to the tip." As if on cue, Councillor Tegg telephoned. He had a gift for ringing when he could reasonably expect to be answered. He expressed a hope that the police were, as always, mindful of Canterbury's reputation, and that no whispering campaign by which he meant, with charming impartiality, both the one in favour of Mr. Vye's guilt and the one in favour of the Council's incompetence, would be allowed to do mischief. "We are all," he said, "on the same side as the cup." "It is helpful," said Purbright, "to know that the cup's side enjoys such unanimity." He offered no further comfort, which irritates people who wish to discharge their consciences with 2 sentences. The afternoon wore on in a way that belongs to municipal investigations, a procession of small visits, each of which politely altered a small portion of what had been thought. Mrs. Belling approached in her kitchen, where she counted receipts with the air of a woman who could weigh eggs with her mind, showed him a scrap of the Rothermere card larger than the one he possessed. She had indeed rescued it from the waste. It ended in sons and began with Rother. "He showed me," she said, "because he knows I like to feel prepared for decision. I believe that if I touch a paper, it cannot lie to me with as much success." "Who showed you?" "Mr. Pole," she said, without malice. "He loves sharing things that later he can say he did not press upon you." "And did he press?" "Mr. Pole presses with his absences," said Mrs. Belling, and then regretted the cleverness of the remark and offered him Eccles cake as an apology. Mr. Shuttleworth, to whom he showed the photograph, and not the panel, became for a moment a temple of loyalty. "I would have died rather than let it be changed in my hearing," he said. "But there was such cheerful movement in the hall that morning. You know the sort, Inspector, like a tune in a grocer's. It makes you think you should buy something you do not need. I let the door stay open while I wiped. I do not say I could swear to the moment when Mr. Pole asked to see how high the shelf would be with the new board. I do not say I did not look away when the librarian said that if the font were any larger, it would be a banner. I am a man of strictness. I confess to one lapse. I have not slept." He removed his spectacles to demonstrate sleeplessness. It was not impressive. The sleeplessness resided somewhere behind his need to be thought necessary. "It is possible," said Purbright, "that your strictness kept you from asking whether you were being directed politely into looking away. People who want to do something considerate often need others to be considerate enough not to watch." Shuttleworth stared at him as a man stares at an idea that has held a door for him. "You mean," he said, "that good manners are the last refuge of thieves?" "Only of tidy ones," said Purbright, "but the tidiest of all thieves is a policy." By tea the day had begun to balance itself. It is a property of English days, like cream settling, that they make room for contingencies if asked nicely. The constable from Records brought in timidly a letter that had managed to escape to the wrong drawer and now returned blushing. It was from Rothermere and Sons to Mr. Pole, dated a fortnight ago, and contained the sentence: "Should your committee approve the ordering of a display replica to stand in the place of the original, we would be pleased to supply the base panel pre-engraved with previous winners as per photographs supplied, so that no appearance of break in tradition be apparent." In the corner, in green, Mr. Pole had written, "Consult Tegg. It will know if the public is to be told." "It is one of the curiosities," said Purbright, turning the paper over as if it were shy of being complete, "that the more people attempt to preserve appearances, the more they resort to the sort of behaviour that in other contexts would be called lying. Love made a noise that could have been a scent or a search for a biscuit." "We're not out to hang anyone, sir." "No," said Purbright. "We are out, as Mr. Castle would say, to persuade the facts to stand in a decent order so that no lamination is required. He waited until 6 to call upon Councillor Tegg again. The hour was chosen because it was the hour at which men who have made their way by being helpful are tired of their day's helpfulness and inclined to say what they think. Tegg received him with the energy of a good blazer hung carefully on a chair and offered him the sort of whisky that rich men keep for conversations that may require concessions. Purbright took a small one and held it as if, put down, it would move. "Do you?" he asked. "Recall recommending to Mr. Pole that the Society accept a replica for the purpose of display?" "I recommended that the Society consider," Tegg corrected, with the ease of a man for whom the difference between action and advice has paid dividends. "My feeling is that we can achieve most of our civic happiness by avoiding unnecessary provocations. There is no moral necessity to exposing originals to the eye of the Saturday shopper. That moralists confuse duplication with deceit is one of the hypocrisies of our time." "And would you," asked Purbright, "call it hypocrisy to arrange that the base panel bearing names be pre-engraved?" "I would call it respect for ceremony," Tegg replied promptly. "Look here, Inspector, nobody, least of all me, wishes to deprive elderly men of the pleasure of finding their names continued on plaques, but it is equally true that nobody wishes to find a hole in the cabinet where a cup ought to be, because Canterbury refuses to recognize that there are people who care less for our traditions than for the price of scrap." He set down his glass and leaned forward, as men do who prefer to be believed, at least to be practical. "I don't care if the thing in the box is silver and 100 years old. I care that people behave well when looking at it. If a replica brings out the best in them, well and good." "And if a replica brings out the best in you?" asked Purbright, so mildly that Tegg smiled. "The best in me," he said, "is not at issue. If you are attempting to fix this nonsense on me or mine, you are wasting your carefully measured hours. I have committees to run and a town to make accident-proof. I do not remove panels with little screws in my spare time." "No," said Purbright, and stood. "You persuade others to find men with little screws to do it for you?" It would have been possible at that point for Tegg to choose anger. He chose laughter, which in people like him is anger deferred until it has been given make-up. "You would do well," he said, "to spend more energy on outsiders. An antiques man who brings things home and returns them improved is an outsider in the only sense that matters." "Mr. Vi," said Purbright, "is exactly as outside as his door. You knock, he opens, you can see what he has. It is one of the more conservative arrangements in town." He took his leave without having been either invited to dinner or asked to explain exactly what he held in his drawer. He preferred the latter. He appeared to prefer the former, which would have pleased Tegg for reasons only partly connected with hospitality. The evening ended where it had begun, with a quiet telephone, an envelope on a desk, and the base panel in a drawer waiting to be made to feel at home again. Purbright sat, thinking not of suspects in the clean way some policemen prize, but of people. Of Mr. Pole, who would have been happiest in a world organized by minutes against interruptions, a world in which cups never dent. Of Mrs. Belling, who believed coins, counted properly, held their own truth. Of Mr. Shuttleworth, who had the faith of tidy men and had betrayed it only to kindness. Of Mr. Castle, whose resistance to modernity was not bigotry, but piety. Of Swithin Vi, who would never do a vulgar thing and so would not do this, which had at least been done vulgarly. Of Moses, who lodged the world under drawers so it would not be lost in the rush to be righteous. He let his mind rest on Georgina Tegg, whose name, engraved, promised harmless things, and on Reginald Tegg, whose names elsewhere promised advantages. The town, coming together as it did over chrysanthemums and calendars, had collaborated, not to commit a crime exactly, but to midwife one. He did not yet see which of them had in fact used a screwdriver. He did not need to. He needed only to think who had needed to be seen not to have one. He stood, put on his hat because it was time, and told Love, who was still at his desk, with the expression of a man who has inherited lists. "We will ask Mr. Pole tomorrow to bring his notebook. Then we will invite Miss Truebody and her aunt to choose a time for tea in the hall. I believe in tea, Love. It prevents the wrong people from confessing to crimes they have not committed." "And the panel, sir?" "We shall let it hear the sound of its old cabinet," said Purbright. "Objects, like people, are apt to tell you where they belong if you take them close enough and speak of home." Inspector Purbright believed, as did certain conservative gardeners, that most results could be achieved with tea and patience. The invitation he arranged for the following afternoon asked only for those whose absence would have been noticed. Mr. Pole with his notebook, Mrs. Belling with her sense of stewardship, Mr. Shuttleworth with his cloth and sorrow, Mr. Castle with a photograph he had already learned by heart, Miss Truebody because innocence has a way of overhearing truth, and Mrs. Dallow for the carnations, and because it is prudent to invite any person the town calls a buyer with principles. Swithin Vie was included, though the formal phrase of the note, if convenient, gave him a door out should he wish to remain a gentleman without being a stooge. Moses was not invited, but he would be there. Caretakers, like Conscience, arrive without cards. At 3, St. Mildred's Hall gave the impression of a small committee coming together to save a ship that was not in danger. The kettle steamed as if threatened with legislation. Cups that had served 3 generations of vicars and the occasional curate of enthusiasm sat brimfully on a trestle, and Eccles cakes, set beneath a cloth in a manner that admitted they could not be trusted alone, waited to do their duty. Sun arrived upon the floor in a manner that made even dust feel respectable. The cabinet, in its corner, wore the cousin cup, with the dignity of elderly relatives obliged to take a child not their own to a photograph. "Thank you for coming," said Purbright, who seldom thanked without meaning it. "It is my experience that truths discovered in rooms one would be ashamed to lie in often behave better." "It is also my experience," said Mr. Castle, "that truths, like people, improve when watered." "Only lightly," cautioned Mrs. Belling, who had already counted the spoons. "Otherwise they run." Mr. Pole made his way to a chair at the end of the table, as if to a platform. His notebook, the green-inked archive of good intentions, lay before him, and he placed upon it to show that he was free of superstition the very felt-tip pen with which Mr. Castle had corrected 1923. It had acquired a crack in its cap and a personality. Miss Truebody arrived with the air of one who has come to the wrong lesson and is willing to sit quietly to avoid making work. Her aunt, Mrs. Dallow, followed with carnations in a box that had once promised oranges. Mrs. Dallow had the kind of mouth that paid attention, while other features behaved socially. She was neither poor nor rich in a way Canterbury approved, and she admired institutions without forgiving their accidents. "Is this," she asked at once, peering with the bravery of women who never give up reading the small print, "the old cup or the new cup that says it is the old cup?" "We are at present," said Purbright, "accepting hospitality from the new cup. The old cup is a way learning to be missed." He stood aside so that these 2 women could regard the cabinet as women do who have ordered sandwiches for funerals. They stood, they did not quite rest their hands on the wood, and they made no faces. Then, because there was nothing further feminine to be done that could not be mistaken for drama, they turned and sat where tea could be given things to do. Swithin Vi entered exactly as the kettle surrendered, a point which men of taste choose when they wish to condemn nobody's brewing. He was respectful to Mrs. Dallow. Principals recognise one another, even when they are in different trades, and nodded to the room with the sort of greeting that applies polish. He did not hover near the cabinet. A gentleman does not inquire after his work in public unless challenged. "We are not," said Purbright when all had cups and the sherry of gossip had not yet been poured, "here to prove anything. I should like, if you will allow me, to make a sound and observe who recognizes it." "We are not," said Pole, whose horrors included being played upon like an instrument, "at a séance." "No," said Purbright, "at a rehearsal." He rose, went to the cabinet, and opened it with a key which Mrs. Belling extracted from the throat lozenge tin, as if handing over a sacrament. The door gave its customary small complaint. He reached within, not for the cup. He had no intention of appearing to produce anything from sleeves, but for the wooden plinth upon which the thing sat. Long ago a sensible person had screwed a wooden base to the cup's own, to give it a little more confidence when stood upon uneven tables. The plinth had acquired through this a faint music. When lifted and set down again, it made a note with the same character every time, like a tray in a kitchen that knows where the good china lives. He set it down, lifted it again, set it down once more. The sound was precisely what Mr. Shuttleworth had come to expect in the course of a lifetime of arranging. "Do you see," said Purbright, "how even noises learn tradition? The plinth sings its own little hymn. Now—" He drew from his pocket and laid upon the trestle near Pole's notebook 3 very small screws, old ones, anemic with being turned out and turned in over decades, and a screwdriver that had come, honourably, from a drawer of tools a careful man will confess to having for use about the place. The screwdriver had a haft worn smooth, where somebody who liked to mend had gripped it many times. It did not look like a policeman's instrument. It looked like Tuesday evening. "I have asked of Mr. Moses," said Purbright, "this modest implement. I have also borrowed from the past a thing it will recognize." He glanced at Vi. "Mr. Vi will tell you, if asked, that what detects the false is not the eye but the habit. When a person reaches for a tool, they do it in one movement if they have done it before. If they have not, they hesitate. Today I shall not require either. I ask only that Mr. Pole favour us with the page in his book where Rothermere and Sons is written, that Mr. Castle show us again the photograph, that Miss Truebody tell her aunt what she saw without apologies to furniture, and that Mrs. Belling, as is her custom, keep count." "If it's to be a tableau," said Pole, with a courage he hoped would be admired, "let us have at it." He opened his notebook to April and pushed it forward. The green annotations looked like hedges trimmed for a fete. In the top right corner, a small triangle of paper had been torn away, with more care than accident would have used. A telephone number had been written on the back of the piece before it was torn, and the digits remaining were enough to connect several persons of mean curiosity to a matter not theirs. "Who," asked Purbright conversationally, "tore this corner?" "I did," said Pole, to nobody's surprise and to his own credit. "It contained a number somebody had pressed upon me in the vestibule after our meeting, in circumstances which did not admit of transcription. I tore. Haste away to avoid the appearance of impropriety. I placed it in my notebook because that is where business lives. I later put it in the bin because I cannot remember 2 numbers at once, and I had to ring my wife." "He cuts up his immoralities," said Mrs. Dallow. approving the prudence, if not the principle. "Miss Truebody," said Purbright, and the girl looked up as a bird does when the sky is kind. "Tell your aunt what you told me when you thought you were only a person who had done a little errand." Mavis spoke simply. She had not been taught how to make events more than they were. She described the poster correction, Mr. Pole's half-card, the smell of newness in the hall, the open cabinet, the cloth in Mr. Shuttleworth's hand, the man with the long board whom she had helped over the sill because doors and boards quarrel. She did not embroider. She was, to Mrs. Dallow's evident satisfaction, modest about what she did not know and precise about what she did. "That's my girl," said Mrs. Dallow, which did more to mark her connection than any surname could have, and then, with a level look at Pole, "Buyers with principles teach their nieces to watch." "If we all, in our several habits," said Purbright, "teach someone to watch, there will be no need for policemen. Mr. Castle?" Castle placed the photograph solemnly beside the notebook. Even the cousin, in its cabinet, seemed to lean in to see itself as it had been when men wore hats to look at trophies. The bass's old fluting appeared plainly, and the burr in one hole where a tiny screw had once demanded attention and received it poorly. People looked. Where there is metal and continuity, even those who prefer progress examine. "What strikes a man," said Vi, "is the boldness of the old engraver. He wrote people's names as if he expected them to be read by their grandchildren. One cannot reproduce that precisely, because one cannot reproduce the hand that believed in it." "Then the best we can do," said Pole, driven back to decency like a man to a wall he respects, "is to be honest about what we have done." "Yes," said Purbright, "and to be honest about why. I will put it without accusation. Mr. Pole, you wished to spare the society the risk that accompanies pride. Councillor Tegg wishes to spare the town the inconvenience that accompanies risk. Mr. Harpin wishes to spare his company the expense that accompanies honesty. Rothermere and Sons wish to spare everyone the embarrassment that accompanies breakages. Mr. Shuttleworth wishes to spare dust the humiliation of being seen. Mr. Castle wishes to spare language the disfigurement of being wrong. Miss Truebody wishes to spare her aunt the bother of being ashamed. Mrs. Dallow wishes to spare her niece the habit of not seeing. Mr. Vi wishes to spare Silver the vulgarity of zeal. In all this sparing, something has been taken away. We are looking at its little outline on the table." He put his hand, palm down, not on the screws, but near them, the way one comforts a nervous cat. "Here is what we shall do. We shall not put the panel back today. We shall not speak, outside this room, of a panel in a drawer. We shall not have the comfort of believing that the person who reached for the screwdriver did it for money. We shall instead write down, in Mr. Pole's good green, that a thing has occurred which our decency must repair before it begins to call itself policy." "I do not see," said Pole, helpless for a moment before the size of what he wished to make small, "why you speak so as if we had committed an enormity. If this town knew how many objects in its view were replicas, it would go about in sackcloth." "I do not doubt it," said Castle, "but sackcloth can be respectable if the wearer chooses to respect it. What has bothered me, Mr. Pole, is not the replica. It is the notion that one might continue the names upon it without so much as a parenthetical regret." There was a short silence, during which the Eccles cakes managed to seem a commentary on perseverance. Purbright took pity on them and people alike. "Mrs. Dallow," he said, "your carnations, which I am told have opinions, were they content with the hall that morning?" "They suffered it," she said. "They do not approve of smell of glue, but they are docile as plants go. They do not like being carried by girls who think too much about the floor." "Then I shall carry them today," said Purbright, and took the box, which stupidly pleased Mavis. He crossed the hall, set the blossoms upon a chair, and stood a moment with his back to the company. He had found, over the years, that the backs of people listening tell more than their faces. The line of Mr. Pole's shoulders was a paragraph. It said he was waiting to be granted a protocol that would absolve him. Mr. Castle's back was a short, stiff clause trained to fight hyphens. Mr. Shuttleworth's sloped towards the cabinet with the love of a man who, if alone, would have apologized to furniture. Mrs. Bellings was upright, in the way of women who will not let kitchen chairs hear them sigh. Vi's remained, infuriatingly to some, a study in discretion. Even his back performed manners. Miss Truebody's held the slight eagerness of youth in a room where the old retain their privileges. When he turned, he said, "Now, if you will all be most kind, I will say a thing and then ask Mr. Pole to say something better. The thing is this: a replica cup, very like the old cup, has been placed in our cabinet. The base panel with the names was removed from the old and has not yet been screwed upon the new. Someone placed it under a drawer in the path of a person who could be trusted to fetch a policeman rather than a headline. Nobody in this room has done a vulgar thing. Everybody has done a human one. We are going to permit humanity and forbid vulgarity. Mr. Pole, would you be so good as to propose a vote?" Pole rose instinctively. One does not let a policeman chair one's meeting if one can help it. "It is proposed," he said, finding comfort in the familiar and drawing from it the tone that had seen him through Christmas bazaars, "that the Society does hereby recognize that a replica of the cup was introduced into our display, without intent to deceive, but with the desire to preserve. It is further proposed that the original cup be placed under secure custody until such time as, after due notice to the town and with appropriate explanation, it may be shown. The replica to be labelled as such, with our apologies to the past for not trusting it enough. The base panel to remain unattached until this notice has been given. The police—" He hesitated, turning instinctively to Purbright for counsel in how much dignity a force could be assumed to require. "Will retain custody of the panel until the committee is judged to have regained trust. Those in favour?" Hands rose with the sort of reluctance generous people feel when asked to vote themselves a little ridiculous. Even Mrs. Dallow, who reserved her approvals for transactions smaller than policy, lifted her hand with a practicality that did not desert her principles. Mr. Castle raised his, as a man blesses, Mr. Shuttleworth as a man forgives, Miss Truebody because her aunt did. Vi abstained, which suited the room. Moses from the doorway lifted a screwdriver with a motion that passed, in the circumstances, for a show of hands. "It is carried," said Pole, "and properly so." He sounded, to his own amazement, relieved. "We will require a statement." "You will require," said Purbright, "a notice rather than a statement. Notices help, statements contend. The notice will say that a display example has been used, that the original is safe, that the town, if it wishes, may look at both on Saturday, between 2 and 4, when there is more light. There will be tea. You will choose a font Mr. Castle can forgive. Mr. Vi will be asked to stand in the room quietly, not to answer questions, merely to remind people that not everything that appears polished has been tampered with. Miss Truebody will not be mentioned, but will be permitted to carry flowers if she insists." "And counsel?" asked Mrs. Belling, meaning Tegg. "They will be permitted," said Purbright, "to have been wise in their counsel after the event." A quiet happiness, which resembles humility but has a longer afterlife, deposited itself upon the little meeting. People took second cups. Someone tore a cake politely. The cousin cup, in its corner, seemed to acquire, ridiculous though the impression was, a little courage from the company of people who had decided to stop lying on its behalf. It was naturally at that moment that a small disruption arrived bearing the shape of news. The door opened to show Mr. Harpin's clerk, Mavis's colleague, whose name, on such occasions, is always either Edith or June. She was June. She had run, a thing she did not often do, and held in her hand an envelope with an expression that said she wondered whether she might give herself notice for having to carry it. "Beg pardon," she panted. "Mr. Harpin asked me to bring this to Inspector Purbright immediately on account of a call received from Birmingham. It is about an item whose number corresponds to, the one we wrote on the top of the form when we thought we might have to value it." Purbright accepted the letter, and because there are times when reading in front of a room is theatre and times when it is cruelty, held it unopened for a breath. He looked up to find in the faces of his company the same question in several polite guises. "Have we done enough?" He laid the envelope down and did not yet open it. "Thank you, June," he said. "Give Mr. Harpin my compliments and tell him that we are about to render his advice more necessary and less glamorous." June departed, feeling that doing good in Canterbury resembled being a pin in a large cushion. In the quiet that followed, Purbright said, to nobody in particular, and to all, "There is one more errand, Mr. Shuttleworth. You and Mr. Moses will come to the station later and look upon a small piece of metal. You will say nothing in words, but you will hum if you have to. Afterwards, Mr. Pole will collect Mr. Tegg from his calendar, and then—" He looked at Miss Truebody and smiled. "Then we will ask the town to do a rather difficult thing. We will ask it to forgive itself." He did not, even then, open the envelope. He had learned that letters are seldom as important as the posture assumed when one reads them. Instead, he closed the cabinet gently so that it made its small note, and for a moment the hall had the sound of a thing remembering itself. When the hall had cleared to the sound of chairs forgiving scuffs and cups finding their way into trays, Purbright remained a moment by the trestle with the unopened envelope. He had a notion, not uncommon in him, that letters altered their tone if you made them feel they had arrived too late to spoil anything. Then he slit it neatly with a thumbnail he had long ago trained to be discreet. Harpin's paper announced itself with the confidence of a man who had practised sincerity. The letter was brief and carried a second sheet clipped behind like a chaperone. East Kent Mutual had, it seemed, received at 2 that afternoon a telephone call from Rothermere and Sons of Birmingham. The firm had asked, "As a courtesy to your client, Mr. Pole, and to avoid embarrassment in invoicing, as their gentleman had put it, whether the Society's proposed account for 1 municipal display facsimile, chrysanthemum cup, with supplemental pre-engraved continuity panel to date, should be directed to the Society or to Council Cultural Affairs, care of Councillor Tegg." The Rothermere man had also asked, with the sort of urbanity that screens astonishment, whether East Kent Mutual could confirm that loss of original base panel, if applicable, would be regarded as within the scope of any forthcoming arrangement. It would appear, Harpin wrote in his smaller, more human hand below, that certain parties anticipate tidying matters briskly. We have not, of course, discussed cover, as no policy is incepted. I felt you might prefer to have the scent while it was warm. Do advise if we can be of those services which provide context without excitement. The clipped sheet was a typescript of Rothermere's own note. It recorded the date of the first inquiry in April, the subsequent exchange about photographs. Received courtesy of Cathedral Library, and yesterday's urgent instruction by telephone for a continuity panel to be engraved to the most recent winner. and, if possible, carried down by driver Monday. The instruction gave a number for confirmation. It belonged to the council offices. Purbright folded the lot into its envelope, then folded the envelope into his pocket as if putting away a child's confession for later kindness. He looked once more towards the cabinet, where the cousin's polished calm had about it something that was not quite composure and not quite thought. He closed the door very gently and let the hall be empty again, in the way old rooms prefer, with their sounds arranged and their secrets in drawers waiting for the person who owns them. The remainder of the afternoon behaved like any other in a police station that serves a town which would rather be correct than right. A man came in to say his neighbour's hedge had taken liberties. A woman telephoned to ask whether a dog barking at the postman could be construed as treason if the man wore shorts. A boy brought in a purse he had found and was disconcerted when told he was a good citizen. Love wrote, carefully, 3 lines on the day's main business, and then crossed them out because they sounded as if he were pleased with his pen. At 6:30, Moses telephoned in a voice that would have fetched parishioners to church during an air raid. "I am not easily troubled," he reported, "by lights where there ought to be none. I have, in my time, attended to bulbs that believed themselves theatrical and to vicars fond of candles, but just now I saw a lamp behind the hall cabinet where a lamp has no business in June." "Are you at the hall?" asked Purbright. "I am at the gate," Moses said. "You will ask me why I am not inside. The answer is, I am 63 and have an instinct for being the man who notices, not the man who interrupts." "Stay the man who notices," said Purbright. "We are coming." It was a short drive, during which Sergeant Love attempted to think of words for the kind of person who works upon things he ought not to after tea, and gave it up in favour of breathing. The hall presented itself in the mild dusk as a piece of respectable administration, with its coat off. The side door stood on the latch, a discourtesy that in Moses's world counts as sin. No sounds emanated. The improper lamp had either been modest or had ceased to exist. Inside, the air had that immediately recognizable smell of one human being who meant to leave no sign of himself. Purbright had smelled it in kitchens, in cloakrooms, in sacristies. It is the scent of new cloth rubbed on old wood, of a hand that took care not to sweat, of polite haste. He crossed to the cabinet and stopped, as a small shock arranged his attention more neatly than any list. Affixed to the base of the cousin cup, by 3 screws that gleamed as if proud of employment, was an engraved panel. It fitted outwardly as if it had always belonged. The names flowed in their expected order with no break, the neatness a modern machine thinks virtue. There was the first year's mayor and his burgesses. There the amusing interlude of 1933 when Topsy had been permitted upon the panel with quotation marks. There the sober 50s in which people had been named with 2 initials as if their souls were rationed. There, close to the present, Mrs. Georgina Tegg, 19 —, written with sufficient correctness to propitiate dinner tables. Purbright did not touch it. He leaned instead with his hands upon the cabinet's lip, as a man rests in a church pew when coming to terms. "If one were inclined," he said, as Love came up behind him, "to question Providence, one would ask why human beings find it so difficult not to help." Love bent and whistled, which in him is the involuntary noise of comprehension. "Our panel is in your drawer." "Just so," said Purbright. "This, therefore, is a panel made to look like memory. It is not memory. It is the sort of convenience that could be bought on a Monday and exhibited on a Wednesday with sentiments." Moses, who had entered with a light that made fewer claims than the illicit one, moved his head in grave disapproval. "Those screws are not ours," he said. Our screws know what they cost. Those there are young men. Purbright did not dismantle the new edition. He had not the oddness of mind required to prefer victory to education. We will let it sit, he decided. Tomorrow a notice will be printed. This will make the notice offend itself. That is always a profitable spectacle. They left the hall exactly as they had found it, except that Moses, who enjoyed justice the way other men enjoy cherries, set the latch properly. Outside, the town wore that end-of-day peace. Londoners call death, and country people call evening. On the way back to the station, Purbright permitted himself to say, "A man who screws on a panel in the evening and leaves the door on the latch is someone who believes himself entitled not to be caught." "You mean Councillor Tegg," said Love, whose education did not exclude inference. "I mean a person who thinks the world is improved by being spared fuss," said Purbright. "He may be a councillor in spirit, even if never elected." The morning put a polish on events that had not earned it. The paper, which could be relied upon to let a story hang for a day, and then resume it as if the town itself had passed a resolution, ran a headline declaring that Society acts to preserve cup. Display continues for public pride. A photograph taken at a respectful angle, lest its sentiment be too clear, showed the cabinet with the cousin cup in place and the new panel glinting as if complicit. Beneath, a short paragraph, which had been shown to Mr. Pole beforehand, and approved in so far as men approve anything that may later be quoted against them, explained that a display exemplar has been employed, ensuring the safety of the original, and that visitors on Saturday may, if they desire, see the history of the cup evidenced in full. Mr. Castle appeared at the station holding the paper folded as if it might apologize. "The font is almost tolerable," he observed, which coming from him was an encomium. "But the panel in the photograph is alphabetically unfaithful." "Alphabetical?" queried Love. "The hand," Castle said. "Look, in the photograph, where the engraver writes his R. The old panel makes a little flourish at the end, a habit of a certain school. The new R ends as if ashamed of its leg. It is the difference between a gentleman who bows and a man who nods." "Shall we tell the town?" Love asked reasonably. "No," said Purbright. "We shall allow the town to discover. It learns only when forced to overhear itself." He sent Love to invite Mrs. Belling and Mr. Shuttleworth to the hall at 11 for what we will call an inspection sergeant, and telephoned Mr. Pole with a request for his presence to give dignity to a small question. He did not ring Councillor Tegg, not because he wished to slight him, but because he preferred not to give him time to fit himself to the occasion. Tegg fitted quickly. Truth fitted less easily. Before he left, the telephone rang with a clerk's nervousness. It was June from East Kent Mutual. "Mr. Harpin asked me to pass on a message because he is in a meeting about farm sheds," she said, embarrassed at the romance of her employer's day. "The Birmingham firm has telephoned again. They say a gentleman, they would not say who, called last night at 7 to hurry up the panel, but when told the driver could not set off before noon today, said, 'Never mind, arrangements made locally,' and rang off. They asked whether we still wished the invoice addressed to Council Cultural Affairs. Mr. Harpin had the goodness to say no address had been agreed with anyone, and they must wait for a written order. I hope I have not made myself part of something, Inspector." "You have made yourself exactly useful," said Purbright. "Do inform Mr. Harpin that farm sheds are vital to the peace of Kent, and that in the matter of incepting policies we are in favour of latency." June said she did not know what latency meant, but felt it had a good heart, and rang off, pleased with virtue and not at all with jargon. At 11, the hall contained the exact number of people required to make a sensible discovery without tumbling into drama. Mrs. Belling arrived wearing a hat that looked less like a stoat from the back. Mr. Shuttleworth had brought, like a little flag, his cloth. Mr. Pole was already there, having learned that the first person in a room can change the subject by choosing it. Moses stood by a plug socket with innate authority. Castle came because accuracy is pious even when one is not in charge. Purbright opened the cabinet. He did not grandly intone anything. He simply put his finger beside the new panel's R and said, "Mr. Castle?" Castle bent, producing his spectacles with the reverence other men reserve for cigars. "An ashamed leg," he murmured, with professional pleasure. "And that... there, look." He pointed to the loop in Burgess's. "That is a modern engine's laziness. When it is obliging, it makes things too easy for itself. When it is tired, it makes them too square. This is not ours." "It was not meant to be ours," said Pole bravely. "It was meant to stand in our stead." "That," said Mrs. Belling, with the local chill that makes teacups misbehave, "is the point upon which the Almighty may be outvoted. Mr. Pole, who ordered this?" Pole did not bluster, which would have been his natural thing if he had had less decency. He drew himself up as a man under an umbrella that has unexpectedly turned inside out and said, "I suggested it. I did not order it." That distinction will be lost upon those who prefer their grammar to be excited. "Who fetched it?" asked Purbright. He had no wish to cook Pole over a slow flame. He wanted simply the size of the pan and the temperature. "Mr. Moses will not oblige us by telling stories," said Pole, almost testily. "I found it upon returning to the hall this morning. It was already in place. I infer a benefactor. Canterbury is full of them. They prefer gratitude to accuracy." Mrs. Belling gave a small noise that was so nearly a snort, Moses turned to ensure a chair would be at hand if collapse were required. "A benefactor with a key, then," she said. "There are not so many. And a benefactor who knows a screwdriver's persuasion." "Let us not," said Purbright, "handcuff our benefactor in absentia. We will, instead, admire his good intentions. Mr. Shuttleworth, would you be kind enough to tell me whether those screws have the habit of our screws?" Shuttleworth knelt as if explaining repentance to a child. He put his cloth gently under his fingers before he touched the metal. He glanced up once as if asking forgiveness for touching what did not yet quite belong. "New," he said. "Eager. See the slots, all in a neat line as if someone had turned each to face 12 o'clock. Nobody with a history of screwdrivers does that. They tighten until tight. They do not arrange soldiers for inspection." Castle made a noise that in a librarian is the equivalent of applause. "Hear, hear," he said, then checked the appropriateness and contented himself with a cough. "Mr. Pole," said Purbright, "a benefactor of this industry deserves to see his help appreciated publicly. I suggest, therefore, that we refrain from removing his contribution until Saturday at 2, when the town will be invited to inspect both. It will make an instructive display. The notice has already said more than it ought. It can say a little more. It can say the word replica. It can also say the original panel not presently affixed. This phrase," he smiled, "will seem to most people like bureaucracy and thus comfort them." Pole resisted the urge to say that comfort was his remit. "And what of the original panel?" he asked, with a dignity whose source was not green ink, but something older. "The original panel," said Purbright, "sleeps well in a drawer. It will be roused when the town is in a mood to admire it rather than eat it. I intend, for the moment, to let the wrong thing stand until the right people recognize it." A small silence admitted that in Canterbury There is no higher ambition than to get the right people to recognize the wrong thing. Councillor Tegg arrived as if anticipated by the air. He had the look of a man who has been stopped twice in the street and thanked for an act of public spirit he had not yet decided to own. "Inspector," he said warmly, "I see the world has put itself right. How agreeable when it does so without paperwork. I am here in my capacity as a person whom the town occasionally believes to be important." "Then you will enjoy," said Purbright, "the lesson Mr. Castle is giving about ashamed legs." Tegg peered with generous bafflement. "We cannot," he said, straightening, "expect the public to feel these small differences. What matters is that the object communicates its role. If a policeman appears not in the helmet we grew up with, we do not, after all, accuse him of being a milkman." "I have," said Castle, "always thought milkmen more reliable." "Might one suppose," asked Mrs. Belling, "that the council's role includes explaining that certain conveniences are to be resisted?" Tegg took the blow with the smile that had got him through 100 fates and one scandal. "We must meet the public where it is," he said. "It is at present in favour of seeing itself as careful." "Then," said Purbright, "it must be careful enough to see itself." He let them go after that, before language hardened. He invited Mr. Shuttleworth and Moses to the station, sat them at a table like a pair of elderly choristers being promised a reward for long service, and opened his drawer to reveal the original panel lying upon a cloth Moses recognized with approval. The two men looked in a way men look when their mother's furniture has been rescued from a flood. "There," said Shuttleworth softly, and placed one finger, not touching, over the little burr that had lived so long on the edge of its hole. Moses made a sound that would have signed a psalm. Purbright watched them in silence, because there are emotions it is cruel to accommodate with speech. When they had looked enough, he shut the drawer with a gentleness that almost apologized to Wood. "We will put it back," he said, "when Canterbury has stopped trying to save face long enough to save itself." The hour after tea produced, as such hours do, a minor complication. Harpin himself rang. His voice was a smile tidied for court. "Inspector, forgive the intrusion. I have had a visit from Councillor Tegg. He came to assure me that our services will be required in due course, and to wonder whether an arrangement could be made to date cover from last week. I replied that insurance does not enjoy retroactive affection." He then announced, in a tone I can only describe as blandly hopeful, that there had been a brief misplacement of a structural element of the cup, and that as we were forewarned we could not claim to be surprised. I think he meant to be candid. Shall I be? "Do," said Purbright. "My candid impression is that our councillor wishes to pay for the replica from a budget that does not belong to him and to defend it as preventive maintenance," Harpin said. "He's not, I think, a villain. He's a man in love with solutions. It is a dangerous amour." "It," said Purbright, "often leads to bigamy with consequences." Harpin, who liked metaphors when they allowed him to avoid complicity, laughed and rang off. That evening, over his own desk in a room that had watched him learn patience, Purbright wrote 3 lines for his private understanding, which he did not intend to share except with his temper. First, the act at the cabinet last night had been done by a person with access to keys and a certainty of goodwill. Second, the Birmingham supplier had been outpaced by a local arrangement. Third, the town, if given a Saturday theatre, would teach itself to be ashamed of being too tidy. He wrote then a 4th thing which he underlined. There would be another ripple. It is a law of small places that they seldom leave a moral parallel without trying to cross it again. The ripple came before bed in the form of the cathedral librarian, who has no evening when conscience taps. Castle telephoned to say that in the course of seeking additional photographs for the display, He had discovered a page removed from a volume that had no business losing parts of itself. It is the page with the Cup's winning list for the years 1929 to 1932, he said, holding his anger the way men hold lace. It is not missing. It has been cut with the care of a man who believes he has a right to be neat when he steals, who has been in the library since lunch, 4 children with a worksheet, a man who thinks newspapers belong to him, a lady who reads the births as if they were fiction, and Mr. Jeffcott, the Teg's gardener, who came in with a hat off to ask if we had any photographs of the gardens when they were not counselled. I showed him the improvement plan of 1952, and he left after having touched nothing but civility. Then the page has not been taken because of its content, Purbright said, half to himself. It has been removed to create the impression that continuity must be restored by other means. There is no greater spur to the tidy than the discovery of a gap. Castle, who did not often approve of inspectors' aphorisms, they smelt too much like help, said dryly, "Shall I print the missing names upon a card and hang it where the tear is? I find that when one names injuries, they heal with less scarring." "Do," said Purbright, "and do not for the moment tell anybody you have told me. People alter their gait when they believe they are watched." When he rang off, he sat for a long minute with the receiver still in his hand, a man who liked listening to silence when it had earned speaking. Love came in with a file held with respect and a mouth that had been practicing keeping straight. "Sir, the caretaker of the council offices telephoned. A gentleman came at dusk and asked for the key to the committee room on account of papers left in a drawer. He produced a smile and a name, and the smile was the one that generally works. He said he needed to collect a card with a Birmingham number before the cleaners tidied it away. The caretaker was not convinced, but was British and lent him the key. He returned it 5 minutes later with gratitude and the suggestion that the council ought to oil its locks. Name? Gave a kind of one. For Mr. Pole, as if he were a message, not a person. The caretaker is now ashamed. He has resolved to speak sternly to himself. He phoned us because he felt the hinge of something." Purbright nodded. He had, in a drawer of his mind, a small catalogue of hinge noises and the acts that followed them. "Shall we arrest anybody?" Love asked, hopefully. "Not yet," said Purbright. "First we will let Mr. Tegg place himself exactly where he wishes to be seen, and Mr. Pole decide whether to continue being human or begin being political. Then," he smiled, "we will ask Canterbury to come and look at 2 cups and decide which one it prefers to have been deceived by." "What if it prefers the one that made its day easier?" Love persisted. "Then," said Purbright, "we will have learned something about our town that will prevent future heartache. Knowledge is an unhappy prophylactic." He went home late to a room that did not make statements about his character. He slept as men sleep who have watched decency walk past trouble and pause to look back. In the morning, the sky had arranged itself into the sort of mild blue that makes people forgive. He put on his hat. Saturday would be tomorrow. Before that would come one polite, deliberate question, not asked in a hurry, addressed to the person who had most to lose, if the town decided it preferred honesty to comfort. He found Councillor Tegg at his table with correspondence, as men find a bishop with a sermon when he wishes to be discovered. The room had the order of a marriage that has survived good years. Georgina Tegg greeted him with a smile that had learned to be brave without being foolish. "I came," said Purbright, "to inquire whether you still possess, Councillor, the screwdriver you keep for use about the place, or whether you lent it to your town." Tegg did not move for a full second. which is a long time for a clever man. Then he said, not indignantly, "I have a man to do that." "And did your man do that?" asked Purbright, and sat without being asked, because it was the sort of morning when one may. Georgina gave a small start and put down her needle. "Reg?" "My dear," said Tegg, in the voice of a man who knows he is about to choose wrongly on behalf of himself. "The inspector is implying that I have taken an interest in screws." "I am implying," said Purbright, "that your interest in preventing trouble exceeded your tolerance for untidiness. It is a generous impulse. It leads to crimes the law has some trouble with, because they do not like being seen in handcuffs." Tegg inhaled with care, like a diver in shallow water. "If I say that I did what any practical man would do, that I acted to close a gap which threatened to become a rift, what would you say?" "I would say," Purbright answered, "that practical men often depend upon someone else to clean the mop afterwards. I would also say that if you had done what I am asking you about, you would by now have made one of two speeches, the one about duty or the one about misunderstanding. You have made neither, therefore I think you have not done it yourself." "Thank you," said Tegg after a beat. "It is flattering to be acquitted by omission." "It is not acquittal," said Purbright. "It is grammar, but grammar sometimes reveals more than bravery. Who, in your view, would believe that by screwing on a panel he was keeping faith with Canterbury?" Georgina, who had been quiet longer than was her habit, said, into the space left by her husband's caution, "Hubert, perhaps." "He does not steal. He tidies. He thinks untidiness breeds panic. He would rather pull a skirt down than look away." Tegg made a face in which loyalty wrestled with recognition. "Pole would rather cut out a thorn than ask whether the bush needs it," he conceded. "He believes in the power of steady hands. He believes, too, that mistakes are to be corrected before anybody gets the chance to have an opinion." "Then we will ask Mr. Pole," said Purbright, rising as if having tried on a coat. "We will also ask the town tomorrow to bring its opinion to the hall like a contribution to the raffle." "And what if the town prefers a fiction?" Georgina asked softly. "Then we will together shorten it," said Purbright. "Fictions are dangerous only when they get to be long." He left with the sense, not unpleasant, that the day had taken a step towards his way of seeing without being bullied. He had one more quiet errand, to take the base panel out for a little air without risking its vanity. He did not do so. He had learned to leave bravery to later. He went instead to sit in his office for 5 minutes and watch motes in a bar of sunlight. He wrote 3 words on a piece of paper and put them in his pocket with Harpin's letter. Ask. Then wait. In the afternoon, when persons who have faith in their calendars begin to feel the presence of Saturday, Sergeant Love appeared in the doorway as a man appears who has found a penny and is not sure whether to trust it. "Sir," he said, "Mr. Pole is in the lobby with his hat in his hands and his notebook in his pocket. He says if we are intending to make him look silly, could we please do it now so he can be home in time to be brave with his wife?" "Bring him," said Purbright, and stood to meet a man who had, for the last few days, been tempted to become the wrong sort of citizen, and had, thanks to a screwdriver, at a wrong moment, possibly succeeded. Pole entered the room like a person whose dignity has decided to give curious onlookers a treat. He sat. He placed the notebook carefully on the table, at a gesture of surrender more articulate than language, and folded his hands in a pattern that would have suited ordination. "Inspector," he said, "I am a decent man. If I were a better one, I would have had the courage to have done this before you called me. I placed the panel last night with the help of the caretaker's tall stool. I did it because I thought that to leave the gap would be to invite stories, I did not tell anyone, because nobody, in my experience, thanks one for mending a table they did not notice was wobbling. If I am to be fined for tidiness, I will pay and ask whether I may have a receipt for my conscience. Love looked at him with surprise at the candour, then not with surprise at all. Purbright kept his eyes kindly on the man's face. "Thank you," he said. "It is as I hoped. You have spared me a speech in a room where it would have done you harm. Tomorrow we will do no harm. We will do something much more useful. We will invite the town to see backwards and forwards at once." "I thought," Pole admitted with a sickly courage, "that if I acted first, we could pretend no one had been foolish. I see I have created an example for the other side of the ledger." "Examples," said Purbright, "are always welcome. They keep schoolmasters from boredom." When Pole had gone a little straighter because he had chosen to be human aloud, Love said, "He's not a bad man, sir." "No," said Purbright, "he is only one of the better ones. They do not often come into fashion." He looked not at the clock, which he had trained to stop telling him what to do, but at the thought of a Saturday afternoon in St. Mildred's, when a town would be asked to admire 2 cups and unlearn the habit of being too helpful. He permitted himself a small anticipation of the way Mr. Castle would stand at the photograph, of the way Mrs. Dallow would arrange her mouth, of the way Mavis would try not to be proud of carrying carnations. He pictured Moses by a socket, Judgment in a cardigan. "Sergeant," he said, "tomorrow I shall ask the first question slightly to one side of the obvious one. When people have rehearsed an answer, one must change the play." "What will you ask?" Purbright smiled. "Not who did it? That produces speeches. I shall ask, who thought they were the last decent person in Canterbury? People answer that with their hands. Saturday gave Canterbury the sort of sunshine that makes apologies look unnecessary. It lay along the high street without ambition, made an honest window of the river, and persuaded old men to remember trousers they would not otherwise have trusted. St. Mildred's Hall, which had been prepared to be serious, found itself looking, in that light, almost cheerful. On the notice board beside the door, Mr. Pole's display example, in use, original, available for viewing on request, 2 to 4 p.m. hung as if trying to be modest. Below, a line in smaller letters achieved after a wrestle with Mr. Castle that neither would admit had been enjoyable, read, "Base panel not presently affixed." Moses had been in since breakfast, communing with sockets. He accepted the reality of electricity without giving it affection. He had arranged plugs in the way of a man who knew how to stop a sermon hissing, and had stationed a spare fuse on the table with the Eccles cakes, on the ground that Providence often attends tea, but rarely toolboxes. By 1:30, the hall smelt of chairs that had remembered their joints and chrysanthemums that admired their own discipline. The town arrived as it does for anything that might produce a small story by Wednesday. Miss Pyramus came with certainty and no hat. Her eyebrows, which had instructed 3 generations, had brought their best punctuation. Mrs. Spick from the laundry held a parcel with the careful disdain of a woman who has carried things for people since girls wore gloves on purpose. The man from the wool shop had come to listen, the butcher to judge. 2 council clerks, tentative and eager to be seen, doing right without committing themselves, hovered like footmen at a democratic wedding. Mr. Castle stood by his photograph, as a curator stands by the family Bible at a fete, prepared to be polite and to save the faith from oversweetness. Swithin Vi, whose work would be suspected if anyone felt uncharitable and admired if anyone felt superior, had placed himself where he could see and be useful without becoming a stall. At 2, Inspector Purbright lifted the latch of the cabinet with the manner of a man taking a lid off a pot that has not misbehaved. He let the door give its small complaint, allowed the cousin cup to shine without instruction, and stepped back. His hat, which Canterbury had learned to read as an essay in good manners, hung on a peg. His expression performed the same office. Sergeant Love stood just behind, the good weight of him an advertisement for solidity. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Purbright, "I am obliged to remind you that today we look, not to accuse, but to understand. The Society has chosen to employ a display example. The old cup is safe. This—" He touched the plinth with a forefinger, as one taps a fish globe to show that the water is real. "Is, for the moment, the visible representative of tradition. We will, with your patience, ask a small favour of our eyes. Mr. Castle will show you a photograph. Then I shall ask you a question. It will not be the obvious one, because those tend to bring their own answers. Then, if you like, we shall have tea." "It is always the best sequence," said Mr. Castle, genially severe, and held up the picture as if it were a hymn. The old bass, with its timid flutings and the burr you had to want to see, regarded the room with the narrow confidence of things that have survived by accustoming themselves to being passed over gently. People leaned in. Canterbury has never lost the habit of peering at prints. A boy stood on his toes, his mother allowed it, thinking he might acquaint himself with memory and spoil his interest in new fashions. "Now," said Purbright evenly, before the room could move as one to pronounce sentence on anything, "I would like to ask you to put up your hand if, at any time this week, you felt you were the last decent person in Canterbury." There was a small hush, which then broke into the careful amusement of people finding themselves made to think in public. Miss Pyramus lifted her hand with rare pleasure at a question that had remembered moral grammar. Mrs. Spick raised hers as a woman raises a rolling pin. Mr. Castle, after looking about to test the tone, allowed his to ascend a respectable inch. The man from the wool shop half raised his and then, noticing the butcher doing the same, lifted fully. Mr. Pole, who had come early and had been circulating in a manner that suggested he was searching for a phrase to cover all contingencies, stared at his fingers as if they had become volunteers. Councillor Tegg, who had entered at the last moment with the air of a man not late but precisely chosen, smiled and put his hands in his pockets. Georgina Tegg, beside him, surprised herself by lifting hers so briskly that the movement made a sound. "Thank you," said Purbright. "It is always useful to see where decency thinks it has lodged. We shall let that answer sit in the room with us while we look." He did not point at the new panel. He did not mention ashamed legs. He asked Mr. Castle to tell, in a sentence, what a flourish was, and the librarian did so with a sigh that had been mending English since the Education Act. Swithin Vai, when invited, described as a man describes lace to a person who can only see holes, the difference between the slightly too biddable curves of modern machine engraving and the assertive shyness of older handwork. Mr. Shuttleworth, from his pew in the front row, contributed, not speech, but a sound from his throat when the bass was tapped. It carried the authority of a choir boy who knows which note is not right because he has always sung it. A last-minute notice, printed in a font Mr. Castle did not bless but was prepared to live with, had been pinned beside the cabinet. On Saturday only, view original cup upon request, 2 to 4 p.m. Please ask at table. This concession to prurience had been achieved by 2 meetings and an apology. Purbright had decided not to fetch the original from its seclusion in a room where he trusted locks more than vergers. He intended, instead, to let Canterbury speak itself nearer to confession. He was about to ask for suggestions in the elegant way he had of making towns instruct themselves, when the door at the back opened to admit, with the hesitation of a person who fears to bring a parcel into a church, A young man in a brown driver's coat. He carried a long, flat package wrapped in paper that had held umbrellas and tied with string in the manner of men who are not improvisers. "Beg pardon," he said into the polite disapproval of 24 respectable eyebrows. "St. Mildred's Hall." "Everything in Canterbury is, one way or another," replied Moses from his socket, which was as close as he came to wit before tea. "This is for the society," the young man said, consulting his paper, as if it might tell him whether to apologize again. "From Rothermere and Sons, Birmingham. Told to come Saturday, as couldn't make yesterday. It says to hand to Mr. Pole or Council Cultural Affairs, but the van doesn't do or." There was a movement in the air that resembles breeze, but is in fact collective conscience turning over. Pole went the colour of minutes. Councillor Tegg's smile performed a small act of self-containment. Mrs. Belling, who disapproved of parcels, advanced with an expression she ordinarily kept for mice. Purbright lifted a hand, and the young man gratefully delivered the package to the person in the room, whose hat suggested permission. "Thank you," said Purbright. And to Moses, "Would you be kind enough to find the scissors that were mislaid last October?" "Top drawer, basket with the string," said Moses, making no effort to conceal his contentment. He returned with scissors that had survived the tenure of 3 lady churchwardens, and liked being useful. "Shall we?" asked Purbright, in the tone of a man proposing to demonstrate how to unwrap a bandage. "Inspector," said Mr. Pole, summoning a reasonable version of himself with effort, "perhaps we might. It is possible that the matter would be better handled quietly." "Mr. Pole," returned Purbright, not unkindly, "I have yet to see a quiet handling of anything in Canterbury that did not produce a louder incident later. Do please stand where your green ink will not be disturbed." He cut the string. He unbuttoned the paper. The room watched the slow, tidy revelation with the attention of people who enjoy being improved upon. Within lay a thin parcel wrapped in tissue. Within that, a bar of careful metal that reflected the windows, the hats, and the question. It was a base panel. The engraving flowed with a confidence that had once been taught in apprenticeships and was now only learned by men who like difficult things. The names had been inscribed up to Mrs. Georgina Tegg. The great grace, which belongs to competent Birmingham, was that the flourish on the R of Burgesses had been copied with the right amount of diffidence. It was not as good as the original engravers. It was, however, close enough that Mr. Castle made a sound like a hymn saved from a misprint. The driver produced nervously a folded sheet. "There's a note like," he said. "Says if there's to be an invoice, address it Council Cultural Affairs. If not, send it back. I'm to take a signature. Told it might be Mr. Pole. Or, if he's busy, anyone whose name ends in committee." "Thank you," said Pole heavily, and signed as if his handwriting had chosen to go to the seaside. Tegg looked at the note with the interest of a man who suspects he ought already to have seen it, and would like to own the act of seeing it now. He smiled vaguely as if discovering a joke in Gaelic. Mrs. Dallow spoke into the general blossom of discomfort with the authority of women who have paid cash for 35 years. "Put it on the table," she said. "We're all as decent as anybody. We can look without taking sides for 3 minutes. Purbright obeyed. He set the Rothermere panel upon the trestle, in that exact place where Eccles cakes consider themselves in danger, and he let it catch the light. Then he touched with the back of a finger the R very gently, like a man greeting an ancestor whose opinions he might not share but is grateful to inherit. "Mr. Castle?" "The flourish is bashful," Castle pronounced, "which is precisely right, very nearly creditable. It will comfort the past to be so honestly courted." "Mr. Vi?" Vi bent with a modesty that suited him and considered both panels now available, the one on the cabinet and the one on the trestle. "This," he said, indicating the newcomer, "belongs with the other old thing. It may not be original. It has the decency to admit it by being slightly too neat. That," he gave a small courteous nod towards the cabinet, "is a good job done in a hurry by a person who had confidence and the wrong kind of cloth." "Which," said Purbright, raising his head to address the room at large, "is the explanation for most English misdemeanours." There was a ripple of amusement, aloud, because it took the sting out of embarrassment. The crowd, drawn by the theatre of parcels and truth, edged closer. Miss Pyramus placed 2 fingers on the trestle and seemed to bless it. Mr. Shuttleworth took out his cloth on instinct and then put it back, as a man pockets a confession when he remembers that innocence is sometimes a better witness. "Who, then?" asked the butcher, in the voice he reserved for sinners and sausages. "Screwed on the one we have in there?" "Mr. Pole," said Purbright, before decency could make the man ask permission of shame. "Screwed it on last night. He has told me so this morning. He did it out of that very Canterbury impulse we have recently admired in several of you. He could save the town from panic by tidying what was not yet quite a mess." The room did not gasp. Canterbury seldom gasps. It rearranges its faces and then chooses a new place to put its cups down. Several people, including those who had put their hands up earlier, looked at Pole with something like gratitude, which made him wince. Mrs. Belling's mouth went thin, and then, to her own surprise, compassionate. Councillor Tegg performed 2 distinct things in succession. He first squared his shoulders to be indignant on behalf of accuracy. He then relaxed them to be magnanimous on behalf of bustle. He smiled in that public way which makes photographs bearable. "Hubert is a conscientious man," he said to the nearest heir. "He acted to prevent theatre." "He has failed magnificently," murmured Castle, "but kindly." "What we shall do," said Purbright, taking advantage of the town's readiness to be organised now that it could see where to put its decency, "is very simple. We shall leave the wrongly faithful panel on the cabinet until 4 o'clock. People may learn from Mr. Castle why it is wrong and why it is not wicked. They may observe they may observe the machine's laziness in the loop. At 4, Mr. Moses will unscrew it with the screwdriver that has known what it costs to be turned. He will put it on the table. We will put this Rothermere panel beside it. We will show the town the difference between haste and care. On Monday, if the society pleases, and after tea, the original panel will be rejoined to something worthy of it. The notice will remain until Tuesday because learning takes a night." Miss Pyramus lifted her chin in the way elderly ladies do when they approve and wish to be remembered, approving. "Very well," she said. "And will there be a small speech for children?" "Mr. Castle," said Purbright, "can speak 16 small speeches for children between sips of tea." The hour that followed had in it something almost gentle. Canterbury is not at its worst when corrected. It is merely wary, as those with long manners are when taught their own way of doing things. People went in and out of the hall and came back with neighbours who hadn't meant to bother. They watched Castle show them where an hour could betray a generation. They asked Vi questions and were slightly comforted to find him refusing to call anything vulgar when it had tried for niceness. Mr. Pole, cornered by 2 retired men whose wives made cakes for Conservative teas, found himself explaining not his motives, but his nature, which he managed without wounding either. Mrs. Dallow stood like a woman approving a bargain reached without haggling. Mavis Truebody, whose aunt had allowed her the day off because Canterbury occasionally rewards accuracy with play, stood near the carnations and had to be asked by 3 people not to spill with her eyes. At 3, when the summer light begins its slow retreat from town to hedgerow, Mr. Harpin drifted in with the guilt of a man who mistakes himself for a summons. He looked about, saw that instruction was underway, and put his hat in his hand to reduce himself. "We at the Mutual," he ventured, "are happy to see that civic prudence has been community managed. Our role, I think, will now be to make sure nobody has to pay for honesty." "That," said Mrs. Spick from the doorway, "will be a new policy." At 10 to 4, Purbright nodded to Moses, who came forward with a screwdriver in the posture of a sacristan asked to turn a tap on the Jordan. He genuflected, not to piety but to stubbornness, set the blade into the first young screw, and gave it the twist that reveals a man's history with tools. The screw, affronted to find a grown-up hand, yielded. The second came with less conversation. The third tried to preserve its dignity and failed. Moses set the panel on the table beside its better-behaved cousin from Birmingham. The two lay up to each other like pages from different editions. The same story, corrected by conscience and by time. People looked and did not fuss. Someone murmured that both were rather fine in their way, which is Canterbury's highest compliment to anything that has made trouble and behaved. Mr. Pole, whose face had discovered its human size again, said quietly to Purbright, "If I had waited, I should be thought prudent. If I had done nothing, I should be thought weak." It is curious that action taken to prevent drama has clarified it. "It's why surgeons do not operate in the dark," said Purbright. He felt in the movement of the room the small release that comes when a place has been brought to see itself not as innocent, but as capable of goodness. It had been unpleasant to admit that a panel could be affixed wrongly with a right motive. It was now almost agreeable to handle the two wrongs, the local panel and the Birmingham panel, and discover that, put beside one another, they were capable of instructing decency without making anyone a villain. He might have left the day to fold itself up then with a neat conclusion and a tidy moral had there not been the law of ripples that governs small places. At 2 minutes past 4, when the first sensible people had already decided to go, a constable from the station came, rather pink, to the door and asked, with unnecessary ceremony, to speak to the inspector. "Sir," he said in the antechamber, "we've had an occurrence." The records room window was found on the latch. Nothing is disturbed as far as papers go. The drawer where you kept, or what you kept, shows signs of having been opened. It is locked still. The caretaker says no one has been down the corridor except the post. He saw a bicycle out back by the lane. It had a wicker basket. It was gone when he looked again. "Thank you," said Purbright, who did not smile outwardly because the moment did not deserve wit. He left the constable in possession of the corridor and returned to the hall in possession of the evening. He looked at the two panels on the table, at the cousin in the cabinet, at the photograph, at the aggregation of evidence which had the kindliness of community rather than the drama of crime. He noted from the corner of his eye Mr. Jeffcott, the Teggs gardener, pausing by the notice and reading the words with frowning courtesy, as if determining whether they needed pruning. He observed Mr. Tegg making a little bow to someone's grandmother, out of practice as much as politeness. He saw Mavis offer a carnation to a child, and the child, unalarmed, take it. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "you have been better than helpful. You have been decent where it would have cost less to be quick. We will close the hall on the hour. If any of you finds that you prefer one panel to the other, you are free to say so to Mr. Castle in the language of engagement rings. He will accept your pledges and your objections." They laughed. Laughter at 4 o'clock in a municipal hall is not, in fact, laughter. It is a signature. They began to drift, as towns do, towards the sociable arrangement of errands and suppers. Purbright felt the rats and runs of habit returning to their burrows, and he knew, with that queer assurance that comes from being kept awake by parish notices, that the late ripple promised by the open window would produce its tiny wave before Monday. On the pavement outside, close to the litter bin that belonged to a different year and would never be replaced, Councillor Tegg stood a little too squarely. "Inspector," he said, in the voice of a man who has got a class through a difficult verb, "you have made this less dangerous than it looked."
"I have made it slower," said Purbright. "Dangerous things prefer to be hurried. And will you—" Tegg smiled with resignation learnt from poster boards. "Will you require a statement from me, or shall we content ourselves with Mr. Pole's sudden confession in the cause of civic hygiene?" "I shall require only a chair on Monday," said Purbright. "There will be a conversation. It will occur at a table with cups on it. You will say, gently, what you wish to be true. I will say, gently, what is. Between us, we will produce a notice fit for both our consciences." Tegg inclined his head as if receiving a blessing, and then, because he badly needed to be told he had not, after all, been condemned, said, "You know, Inspector, there is anger enough in the world without finding it in Canterbury." "There is also," returned Purbright, "a fine crop of love. It is only that love sometimes looks like a screwdriver." He left the councillor to domestic politics and returned through the mellowing light to his office. The locked drawer lay as he had left it. Its little key, which lived in the corner of a book whose title had nothing to do with cups, turned without resistance. The panel lay within, bathed in the respectable gloom in which evidence considers its duties. He touched it as men pat their pockets for the existence of money, and smiled, not with triumph, but with the relief of a man who recognizes that some risks remain choices and not the acts of enemies. He did not, however, ignore the latch on the window. He looked at it and thought of bicycles and wicker baskets. He thought of the page cut from the cathedral volume. He thought of the gardener asking for photographs of gardens before councillors, and of the librarian who refused to let numbers be wrong. He thought of Pole with his faith in preemption, and of Tegg with his love for solutions. He allowed himself the small luxury of a sentence drawn in pencil on a scrap of paper, which he then put in his pocket with the envelope from Harpin. It read, "Someone will try once more. Not to steal, but to tidy." In the evening he walked home by a way that went past the laundry, where he found Mrs. Spick taking her own apron off as if removing a flag after an uncomplicated battle. "You did a good job today," she said, with the condescension she employs for men who carry things without dropping them. "If they had let me, I would have saved the whole mess by leaving it on the table on Wednesday and saying, 'There, look, see how we live. Now have your tea.' But no, they like wrapping paper." "We have used it up," said Purbright. "There won't be any left for the next scandal." "There's always string," said Mrs. Spick, and put her key in a door that knew how often it had been opened. When he reached his own rooms, he paused with an unlit match in his hand, considering flame and timing. He thought again of the question he had asked. Who felt
themselves the last decent person, and of the hands that had gone up as honestly as hands will when truth has been made comfortable? He saw those hands again in his mind, attached to faces that had learned something about themselves they had not expected to discover at a flower show. He did not know yet who had cut the page, and who had wanted to take the panel from the station. He could guess. He did not know where the original cup had slept these last nights. He had formed a notion of the kind of cupboard it preferred. He did know that decency, once admitted into a room, is as awkward to remove as a piano. He lit the match, and the room shaped itself to the light with gratitude. He sat down with the small pile of papers that had taken to living on his table, like cats that are not yours but come anyway. Harpin's letter, Rothermere's typescript, Castle's note about the missing page with his scorn poured into the neatness, his own 3 words. He let his eyes rest on each in turn, not to extract confession, but to offer companionship. Tomorrow would be Sunday, which Canterbury reserves for making sense of Saturdays. He would go with his hat and his other quiet instruments to a parlour where a gardener would be trimming silence. He would call at a house where sincerity had learned how to organise pity. He would inevitably be seen by a lady who collected births and took down names. And he would, if the town permitted, gently put his finger on that place in the narrative where kindness had turned itself the wrong way round. Sunday gave Canterbury the leisure to reconsider its certainties. The cathedral bell conducted the town to its benches with a tact learned over centuries, and the sermon, announced beforehand as "our duty to that which we inherit," made an elegant circle around stewardship without frightening anyone into repentance. Inspector Purbright sat where the police sit in churches, roughly at the point where they can be summoned to the vestry without trampling a widow. He followed the canon's argument with the mild appreciation of a man who has seen duties fail under lighter weights than silver, and who knows that some inheritances are improved by being admitted to daylight. After matins, Mr. Castle waylaid him in the outer close with a look that combined relief with professional outrage. "You and your question yesterday," he said, meaning the hand-raising, "did more good than 3 of my notices. A woman told me, quite unembarrassed, that she'd always suspected she was a saint because she remembered to return library books. If we can persuade Canterbury to laugh, we may persuade it to read." "The town," said Purbright, "was never unlettered. It sometimes prefers its letters to be initials." Castle's moustache accepted the compliment without bending. "I thought you ought to know," he continued, dropping his voice to the register used for errant commas, "that the page I told you about last night has been defied. I set in the gap a small typed card listing the winners 1929 to 1932. This morning, when I unlocked, the card was still there. But the edge of the tear shows a fresh bruising, as if someone had returned to worry at it. The instrument is small and domestic, a penknife, not a vandal's blade. You will say that proves only that our villains are tidy. It is exactly what worries me." "Tidy men," said Purbright, "make the police feel employed. Did you observe anyone this morning who might have chosen to improve your gap?" "Mr. Jeffcott came to evensong last night," said Castle. "That is not yet a crime. He stood at the back and looked as if thinking were a plant that could be trained on wire. This morning I saw his bicycle, or one so like it as to be related, chained to the post opposite the Buttercross before 8. It has a wicker basket in which a sensible man might carry cuttings or a loaf. I am aware that this describes half the county." "It is a generous county," said Purbright, "and bicycles are decent creatures. Thank you." He left Castle to his conscience and crossed the close with the air of a man not going anywhere until one notices that he is. A cyclist passed him, hatless, with a basket that held a newspaper and a pair of gardening gloves. The glove fingers reached out like 5 opinions. One does not arrest a man because his gloves look thoughtful. One asks him the time and enjoys the way he answers. Before noon, the inspector made 2 small calls whose uses would not, to an impatient mind, have been obvious. The first was to the cycle repair shop in Burgate, where a proprietor with the permanent oil of trade on his hands received him with the cautious friendliness mechanics keep for people who are not about to ask to borrow anything. "We are entertaining," said Purbright. "A bicycle with a wicker basket, and the idea that it belongs to a man who visits libraries and lanes behind police stations." "That narrows it," said the proprietor, without irony. "Half the town reads, and the other half forgets to close latches." "What sort of wicker?" "The sort that once held parsnips." The man considered the taxonomy of baskets with the seriousness of a botanist. "Jeffcott's is greyed by weather and has a crack in the near side where some fool set it down on a church step. Miss Pyramus's is painted a blue that thinks highly of itself. Mrs. Spick's has string where a strap has given up. Mr. Castle rides a gentleman's machine and would sooner carry books under his sole than in a basket. Mr. Pole does not bicycle. He is followed by papers. Mr. Tegg, if he ever sat one, would expect pedals to give way. That help?" "It will do," said Purbright, who had not expected to be given half the parish with their baskets. "And if a man came to you to oil a squeak that had been noticed by a caretaker near the back lane of the police station, I would tell him to get caught in future in places where the sound of his conscience would not be out of place," said the man. "Alternatively, I would give him oil. We live by oiled consciences here." The second call was to Miss Pyramus. He found her in a parlour arranged not to betray secrets, looking at a book of grammar exercises and deciding whether prepositions had demeaned themselves in the night. Her bicycle, parked in the hall, wore its blue basket with a will. "You will want to assure yourself," she said in her headmistress voice, "that I did not take a knife to the cathedral or to your drawers. I did not. When I steal, it is time, and from nobody who counts it." "I shall then trouble you only for an opinion," said Purbright. "Suppose a man thinks himself honourable and finds a page has gone missing from a book that used to assure him of the dignity of his betters. Does he cut another page to make the book look less culpable? Or does he bring a card from home and label the gap with accuracy?" "He does not cut a second page," said Miss Pyramus brisk. "He writes neatly and leaves a sharp little sentence that makes the guilty person itch. Then he teaches a lesson on affix and refix and damns modernity in the staff room." "Thank you," said Purbright. "You would have made a difficult policeman." "I have made several," said Miss Pyramus. "They write to me in December and tell me about their boots." The greenhouse at St. George's Place admitted the inspector after luncheon to a warmth that would have softened suspicion in other rooms. Mr. Jeffcott, who knew how to mind plants without making a religion of it, took off his hat and wiped his hands on a cloth that had inherited pumpkin. He had the calm of men who own secateurs and use them prudently, which is not common. "You put on a good show yesterday," he said, not unfriendly. "Saved some faces from having to go about covered. My mistress was grateful. It is a terrible thing to win a thing and have people say at tea that one didn't." "Mrs. Tegg won on her own merits," said Purbright. Jeffcott nodded, as a gardener nods at rain after a 3-week dry spell. "She has a hand. It's not only that she listens to what a plant is saying. Anyone can do that if they stop thinking of their own conversation. She hears what it's not saying. That's rarer." "You too," said Purbright, "are a listener. I am told you visited the cathedral on Saturday." "After work," Jeffcott said. "I like to remind myself that gardens can be made without money. The close is a comfort. Mr. Castle is a terror to weeds." "And this morning," said Purbright lightly, "your bicycle was admired for its knowing where baskets go." Jeffcott smiled, the cautious private curve of a man who believes pleasure is for evenings. "I carry what is put in it," he said. "Yesterday it was eggs. This morning it was the sort of knife one uses for labels."
"Because I had left it on the bench at the tool shed, and I do not like to find such things gone," I would have told your man at the station if he had asked. He looked as if he had forgotten to accuse somebody and didn't like to begin with me. Someone tried my drawer, said Purbright, as to an interested relative. It resisted. The window latch did not. If you were that person and believed yourself doing good, would you be ashamed? I do not do a thing and then wonder whether it was good, said Jeffcott. I decide before. If I am not sure, I keep my hands behind me. It stops me taking what does not belong to me. A truth can be made of what a man does not say.
If Jeffcott had tried to open a drawer, he would have said, "I went to the wrong one and realized," before the inspector had asked. His silence belonged to the sort of person who is cautious with other men's reputations. Purbright found that reassuring in the particular and no comfort at all in the general. "I have another question," he said. "In 1933, the panel shows the winner as Topsy with inverted commas. The cathedral page, now retyped, confirms it, and my librarian friend takes exception to the punctuation on theological grounds. Who was Topsy?" Jeffcott contemplated a rosebud that thought its own name vulgar. "You don't want my guess," he said at last. "You want what the town knows and politely doesn't say. That would be Mrs. Tegg's mother when she was a girl, a name for home use because the world had another. If you can bear it, Inspector, it would also be the head gardener's carnations, because a judge who knew very well where they came from chose to say he did not. We have a lot of that sort of ecumenical decision in horticulture. Does it make this year's win less true?" asked Purbright. "No," said Jeffcott. "It simply makes it more like a village. We all grow in one another's soil, whether we choose to admit it or not." He did not look away while he said it. An honest man may thus decline an invitation to be dishonest. Purbright thanked him, asked after rust and cutworm with immodest interest, and let the greenhouse door adjust itself to the weather as he left. He had, before tea, one further errand, a small one in its asking and possibly large in its answer. Mrs. Dallow received him in a front room, smelling of furniture that had never forgiven polish. Her carnations, disciplined without cruelty, stood in a jug that had been afraid of the sink for 40 years. "You will not like me," she said without preface, "for telling you what everyone will prefer not to have to avoid knowing." Topsy was Georgina Tegg, of course, when she had not yet taken her married name and had not yet grown up enough to call herself grown. But the flowers were not quite hers. Her father wanted to be mayor and thought chrysanthemums were a ladder. He borrowed the gardener's patience and the daughter's smile. "I tell you this because it will be used by someone if it suits them, and because your sort of man prefers his information before it grows a rind." "I prefer," said Purbright, "to know whether what I am about to be told will be true when repeated. You have that gift." "I prefer that my niece not have to learn the town by listening behind doors," said Mrs. Dallow. "I taught her to look people in the eye. She will, of course, be punished for it." "Has she, by any chance," asked Purbright, "a friend with a bicycle?" "Mavis?" Mrs. Dallow looked as if asked whether water resented the kettle. "She is fond of the tram and of her feet. She borrows those bicycles that the Mutual keeps for clerks and would sooner carry papers in her arms than baskets. She is not an errand that surprises people." He left her with gratitude for her habit of answering wider than one had asked. It was not unuseful to know that Miss Truebody did not ride a bicycle with a habit of being seen. When a town has been spoken to politely by its better selves, it develops for a few hours the intoxicating feeling that it is unequal to vice. Sunday afternoon found Canterbury virtuous and open to suggestion. Purbright, in his office with the window latch corrected, wrote a small set of invitations for Monday that resembled the seating plan for a tea. Mr. Pole was to come, having been human in public, and therefore unlikely to misbehave. Councillor Tegg was to come, because solutions cannot be reformed at a distance. Mrs. Belling would attend on behalf of arithmetic. Mr. Castle would come because regret is better expressed in complete sentences. Mr. Shuttleworth would be present to bless screws. Moses would sit near a socket. Swithin Vi would be asked because the presence of a gentleman sometimes keeps bad taste away. Georgina Tegg would be invited on the tender ground that she had suffered everyone's decency and was owed a piece of her own. Mr. Jeffcott would be asked to fetch her, which was both practical and instructive. Mavis Truebody, with her aunt, would be welcomed to carry flowers and to tell the truth when others had grown fiddly with it. He wrote each note in his considerate hand and sent a lad whose mother loved him to deliver them, a method which in Canterbury predates Van's and is less resented. He then sat, as men sit who have made the world move, an inch merely by writing about it, and allowed himself a few thoughts that he would not show to anyone unless asked with reverence. It seemed to him that the business of the cup had been not criminal so much as didactic. The replica had been ordered in optimism and affixed in anxiety. The second panel, local and hurried, had been put on by a man who could not bear a gap. The cathedral page had been cut by someone who believed that removing one piece of evidence creates the necessity of improvement, and thereby blesses it. The station drawer had been tried by a person who wanted to have done before anyone saw him doing. None of these were villains. They were, in the old-fashioned word that no longer prints easily, decent. Decency has this vice. It prefers embarrassment for itself rather than shame for others, and so it moves objects quietly in the night. He thought of his question, the last decent person, and of the hands that had gone up. It is one of the smaller mercies that when asked to confess to self-respect, people will do it. The trick on Monday would be to ask a different sort of question that jarred the same part of the soul. He wrote on another scrap, "Ask who dead-headed," and underlined it once. The blooms at St. Mildred's had stood so properly on Thursday that even a man with limited horticulture would have seen that an affectionate hand had taken off what might have spoiled them by Saturday. It was a question not of guilt, but of habit. The person who dead-headed without permission was the sort who screws on panels and cuts pages, the sort who believes himself to be the instrument by which fuss is prevented. There was a small tap on his door. Sergeant Love entered, bearing, with the triumph policemen reserve for things found without intending to, a basket. "Station back lane," he said. Constable Hardy went down to see about the latch and observed this behind the coal shed. No bicycle, just the basket. String for a strap, frayed where an old strap would have been. Smells of soil and Phipps's seed. He thought it looked like Mrs. Spick's. I thought it looked like half the parish. I brought it because I like being wrong in company. Purbright leaned forward. The basket had that intimacy which belongs to things that have carried errands. A scrap of paper wedged under the wicker's lip had stuck there with a faint suggestion of glue. He eased it out with a finger. It proved to be the torn corner of a paper bag from a seed merchant, with label KN, printed in blue and in pencil, a figure that might have been 36, or an impatient 36. It told him nothing definite, and everything he needed to remember, that men who borrow knives to cut labels are also the men who cut out the wrong page if they are not watched, that baskets, like consciences, are easily moved and hard to claim, that a station yard is a poor place to tidy a crime because policemen are in the habit of being untidy at exactly the wrong moment for tidiers. "We will not," he said, "discover this basket's owner by asking for confessions. We will put it on the floor tomorrow beside the tea table and see whose hand reaches down to make the strap behave." Love looked admiring. "I like that." Tools are honest." "They are," said Purbright. "They are always the first to give evidence when given a chance." He dismissed love with the license men earn by understanding things slowly and well, and put the basket on the chair where the hat usually sat. The room was altered by it in the way rooms are when an old friend has borrowed the chair you didn't know you liked best. He left it there as a sort of rehearsal and went for a walk that ended, not accidentally, at Mrs. Spick's. He did not ask her whether her basket had been mislaid. She would have told him before he had taken off his hat. She, in fact, told him that she had lent her basket last week to her sister because it was market day, and that she had not had it back because my sister thinks baskets are like luck. They hang about until scolded. This took the basket, neither here nor there. In Canterbury, a basket is a cousin to other baskets and feels obliged to call. Evening arrived with the gentle authoritarianism English Sundays prefer. Windows made rectangles of propriety against small sins. The inspector dined without noticing what he was meant to like, then sat with a book in his hands that he did not read. At 9 the telephone rang with the special firmness of instruments in parsonages and police stations. "Inspector?" It was Georgina Tegg. Her voice was that of a woman who has had a day and will not be improved by sleep until she has tidied something important. "Reg wishes me not to trouble myself, which is always an invitation, to do so. I thought perhaps you would prefer to know that this afternoon a young man, not the Birmingham one, called at the house with a note that he said was for my husband. He left it when Reg was out canvassing the opinions of persons who do not have them. The note says base old never safe in public rooms. Keep it where it belongs, home. There is no signature. It is not a threat. It is an instruction. I dislike being instructed by unsigned paper. May I see it? I am sending it round with Jeffcott," she said. "I do not like things that act as if they are important and are not." 10 minutes later, Jeffcott's sensible knock produced a folded sheet of paper that had been torn from a longer page. The handwriting was the careful square of those who learnt on slates. It was not Castles, which is unavoidably literary. It was not Poles, which has become a rhythm. It was not Tegg's, which smiles at itself. It might have been Miss Pyramus's if she had assumed a disguise for a play. It might have been Moses's if he had learned to be neat for a day. It might have been nobody in particular, and thus everyone. "Thank you," said Purbright. "Did you see who brought it?" "A boy," said Jeffcott. "The sort that runs and then pretends he walked. His bicycle had a basket with string, and he asked me whether I was the gardener of council. I told him I was not a council, and he looked relieved. Does the note trouble you?" "Notes do not trouble me," said Jeffcott. "Plants do. If you want trouble, let somebody water the wrong thing at the wrong hour. It does more harm than an unsigned instruction." He left, and the room felt briefly larger. Some men take their decency with them like a coat. Purbright looked at the note again and thought of what it did not dare say. Home. Whose home? The Tegg sideboard? The cathedral safe? The hall drawer? There is no more dangerous word in a town than home, because it gives permission and removes jurisdiction. He put the note beside Harpin's letter and the typescript, and the librarian's indignation, and his own 3 words. He let them sit, like quarrelling relatives, until they had the grace to be silent together. Then he wrote on a new scrap the sentence he would open Monday's tea with after the cups had been poured, and before anyone could remember which speech he had meant to make. "May I ask," he wrote, "which of you dead-headed the blooms on Thursday?" Beneath it he added, for his own amusement and love's, "and which of you aligned screws?" He slept with the sense, not unpleasing, that those who tidy in the dark had had their turn, and that now tidiness would be asked to show its face by daylight and own its motives. The town, which is brave when being instructed by itself, would do the rest. Monday came with the sort of weather that has decided not to intervene. It allowed Canterbury to keep its appointments without speaking for them. By 2 o'clock, St. Mildred's wore again the air of a room that proposes to make sense with cups. Moses had arranged the kettles with that small severity which ensures water behaves. The trestles stood in a line that separated people from their convictions. The cabinet breathed its little complaint when tried, and then, as yesterday, consented to be looked at. Purbright arrived with a satchel that seemed to belong to a man who reads on trains. He placed, upon the near table, 4 items so ordinary that they were nearly invisible: a basket with a frayed string in place of a strap, a small penknife whose blade had been wiped so often it had grown conscientious, a screwdriver whose 3 screws laid beside it pointed in 3 different directions like a map of indecision, and a jug of chrysanthemums in which one bloom was a day older than good manners allow. He did not so much arrange these things as introduce them to the table and let them mingle. Sergeant Love, who had carried the basket as one carries a cat that might take offence, retired to his usual corner and became furniture. People came in according to their habits. Mrs. Belling arrived first because arithmetic is early. She looked at the table as a woman looks at a shelf she has already dusted, and said, "If nobody will object, I shall count the spoons before we begin being decent." Mr. Pole followed with his notebook, prepared like a conscience for inspection. He placed it down and then, seeing the screwdriver, suppressed the impulse to align the screws into 12 o'clock and instead applied himself to a cup. Mr. Castle came straight from the cathedral with a sheaf of photocopies that smelt faintly of defiance. He greeted the penknife with a glance that had corrected worse. Swithin Vi entered just as a kettle sighed. He had a gift for arriving at the moment when no one could mistake him for a man in a hurry, and stationed himself where usefulness could be performed without advertisement. Georgina Tegg came with a candour that did not quite hide strain. She wore the look of a woman who is determined not to require pity and knows she will be offered it anyway. Jeffcott followed, hat in hand, with earth on his cuffs in a way that argued for virtue rather than carelessness. Councillor Tegg, a little late and smiling by profession, brought the atmosphere of a meeting to which he had not had time to send an agenda. Mrs. Dallow and Mavis arrived together, the aunt, with that attentive mouth which gives sentences meaning, the niece, carrying dignified carnations like a girl, asked to escort them to a better table. Moses, having positioned a plate under the least trustworthy teapot, acknowledged his guests with the nod of a man who prefers not to be thanked. "We will begin," said Purbright, as though the room had asked him for a favour, and he had granted it. "It is my hope that by 3:30 we shall have reduced the town's appetite for narratives and increased its taste for facts. Tea usually assists that change of diet." "We have arranged," said Pole, sitting slightly forwards, "to publish a clarification after today's, consultation. The phrasing is ready. It avoids, I think, peril." "Perils," murmured Castle, "are to phrasing what commas are to good sense." "Quite," said Purbright. "If it will please everyone, I will ask a small question which we shall treat as unimportant until it becomes so. On Thursday, the day the Cabinet received company, who, wishing to be kind, dead-headed the spent blooms in the society arrangements?" It was the sort of question that sounds like housekeeping. It passed, therefore, beyond politeness and into instinct before anyone had time to compose an alibi. Miss Pyramus, not invited but arrived by right of grammar, opened her mouth to say that dead-heading is theft when done by the unappointed, then recollected she had not been within. She settled for, "It was badly done, if it was done, for I saw the brown edges on Friday." Mrs. Belling drew breath to deny the need for deadheading, and then thought of funds. She shook her head. "I do not touch plants I have not paid for. It leads to misunderstanding." Mr. Shuttleworth, who had entered quietly and hovered now with his cloth in both hands, seemed morally stricken by the suggestion that anything in the hall had been altered without his knowledge. "I polish, I do not decapitate," he said, not entirely joking. Vi smiled, as people do when the room needs to be reminded not to accuse itself into a corner. "If I had meddled, you would have heard the sermon," he said. Interfering with other people's age, whether of metal or petals, is one of my few orthodoxies. Mavis looked at her aunt, seeking a glance one uses for homework. "Not you," said Mrs. Dallow before question, with that confidence aunts issue like licenses. "You buy carnations. You do not improve them. Improvement is for those who cannot pay." Georgina Tegg, unexpectedly, laughed, and the bright, small laugh of a person who recognizes a household sin and forgives it. "I deadhead in rooms that are not mine," she said. "It is a vice learned from doing it where I live. But not on Thursday. I was too busy apologizing with my eyes for things I had not done. Jeffcott says it is better to leave a flower to teach itself a lesson than to pick at it with nervous fingers." All eyes went, obediently, to Jeffcott, who had, at the question's first syllable, placed both hands behind him, as a man does when warning them not to implicate him by being useful. He kept them there, but a muscle in his jaw removed the need to blush. "I took one head," he said steadily. "On my way out it was spent. If I had left it, it would have made a mess on a Saturday dress. I did not think it required a committee." "It seldom does," said Purbright. "Thank you." He let that sit, and in the space where people considered whether a sin of tidiness could be applauded, he moved a finger, as if by accident, towards the basket. The frayed string had twisted itself into an untidy loop. Without looking, and as naturally as a man adjusts a tie he is not aware has slipped, Jeffcott reached forward and straightened the loop so that the basket might be lifted without catching. His hand waited the smallest fraction of a second over the penknife, then withdrew as a man withdraws from a sweet he has not paid for. Councillor Tegg's smile tightened and then deepened. An expression that spoke fluently of noticing and of choosing not to know. Mrs. Dallow's mouth allowed itself a final judgment, and then revoked it in favour of pity. Mr. Castle removed his spectacles in order not to see more acutely than was decent. "Thank you," said Purbright again, as if someone had passed the salt. He took the penknife up, weighed it in his palm, and then opened it with that economy which demonstrates old acquaintance. "This knife," he said conversationally, "is the sort with which a man marks labels, and if in a library he forgets that paper is a person, trims a page to make it lie better with the others. It cuts politely. It is unheroic. It is the sort of knife that visits a station and lifts a latch, believing it is correcting an omission. Nobody said, 'I cut nothing.' There was instead the just audible sound of decency trying to rearrange itself in its chair. 'It appears,' said Pole abruptly, 'that we have apotheosized fuss. If you intend to accuse my gardener by means of horticulture, Inspector, I must object that the town will not bear it. He is of excellent character and enjoys the confidence of our house. He has never cut anything that did
not make a better shape afterwards." Jeffcott's head turned very slightly towards his employer with a look which meant, "Don't." Purbright saw it and stored it like a pressed flower. "I accuse nobody," he said, all mildness. I ask that motive be spoken aloud before it adopts the tone of law. We have, this last week, been crowded by helpfulness. It is time to see where it stood and where it strayed. He took the screwdriver and with unnecessary care set its 3 little screws into a short row, heads pointing here, there, and somewhere the town seldom visits. He left them and poured tea. Mrs. Belling, whose hands regulated china like coins, distributed cups as one assigns tasks to nieces. Love at the far table arranged saucers into spotted lines and rejected a biscuit for being too certain of itself. When everyone had something that steamed, Purbright spoke again. I have 2 notices and a question. First notice, the original base panel is safe. It is in a drawer which unlocked for me this morning and not for anyone else last night. Second notice, the librarian's missing page has been replaced in spirit by a small printed card that offends nobody but the person who prefers to think history collapses when you pull one thread. The question, and it is for any who like to answer, is this. When did the cup that is not ours become ours in intention? Was it when Mr. Pole inquired about Birmingham? Was it when a cousin was first placed in the cabinet by somebody who believed a cousin is near enough for tea? Was it when a careful hand, unable to bear a gap, affixed a panel in the evening? Or was it when each of us, meeting the shine with relief, decided we preferred comfort to continuity? You make, said Tegg with courtesy, a parliament of ethics. The public would say only that they are glad to see what they expect. They will, retorted Castle dryly, until the day expectation refuses to pay its rates. If the town, put in Mrs. Dallow, prefers to be deceived, it will ask to have its deceits well made and not delivered after tea. Yesterday we saw a badly made one and a good one. We will pick the better lie if you let us. That, said Swithin Vi, as if asked whether silver enjoys flattery, is the oldest logic of polite society. I prefer, where I can, to let people be seen through without their realizing it. It spares everyone fatigue. Which is why, said Purbright, smiling, I have asked for tea. Fatigue says rash things. He moved then to the business that had brought them to this precise arrangement of chairs. There is one last observation I wish to borrow from the town. People who believe themselves trustees of order, and not villains, not even officious, simply trustees, often move through rooms with the same unconscious gestures. They realign screws to noon, they straighten straps, they deadhead with love, they correct posters, they remove page corners that spoil a narrative, they place panels where no one will trip on them, they leave notes that say home without signing. The law has fewer words for these gestures than the town does. The town calls them helpful. The law calls them, once in a while, interference. I require only that we agree to call them by one name for this afternoon, so we may treat them kindly. And what name? Asked Miss Pyramus, to save the room from being too modern. Do you propose? Ownership, said Purbright. Not legal, moral. We have spent an entertaining week discovering that many people felt the cup belonged to them. The librarian, to sentence, the treasurer, to sums, the vice-chairman, to arrangements, the councillor, to outcomes, the antiques dealer, to patina, the caretaker, to corners, the gardener, to flowers and their shame, the winner, to pride. Each of you in your turn acted like an owner. Owners are dangerous when they tidy. He said it without heat, which is how truth is absorbed in respectable rooms. Then, having asked for no forgiveness and offered none, he said the thing he had written on his scrap and been waiting to try on their faces. Which of you, he asked very courteously, aligned these? And he put his finger, no more than that, on the 3 little screws whose slots were pointing here, there, and anywhere.
He did not look at the screws. He looked at people. Mr. Pole flinched and then folded his hands, as men do when they resist a child's game. Mrs. Belling's fingers tightened on a spoon because spoons had paid her more attention than screws in her life. Castle smiled and would have left the slots at anarchic angles out of respect for a metaphor. Vi's hands stayed still by choice. Georgina's twitched, but only towards the flowers. Mavis's started for the screws, caught her aunt's eye and fell upon a biscuit instead. Jeffcott, after a visible struggle in which habit revolted and prudence made it sit down again, held his own wrists behind his back like a man at prayer. "Thank you," said Purbright, and if his voice had a shade of melancholy, it was not for guilt, but for the effort self-restraint costs good people. "I think we shall proceed." He picked up the screws himself, and with the ease of a man who has no conscience tied to symmetry, put them in his pocket. He then lifted the basket by its string, found that it would cut his hand if carried far, and said, as if asking for a hymn number, "Whose is this, please? It was found behind the station. If it is nobody's, it will be everyone's." Mrs. Spick, who had not been invited but had appeared in the doorway, at the sound of kettles, sniffed. "Not mine. My sister still has mine, and will keep it until I shame her. That one's been in a shed where mice are allowed to have a say. A gentleman would not stand for it. A counsellor would never notice." "I will claim it," said Jeffcott quietly, before his employer could decide whether pride permitted it. "If it is not mine, it will do me no harm to carry it to the market and back. If it is, you have saved me a quarrel with a gate." "Thank you," said Purbright. "There is no harm in carrying what we have already lifted." He let the basket rest where it was. The meeting had done what he wanted. It had allowed a roomful of tidy souls to see themselves as actors in a play they had not meant to write. He did not press them into a confession which would then require a second meeting to save anyone from it. "Before we rise," he said, "one small courtesy remains. Mrs. Tegg, I think the town owes you the decency of not being surprised later. In 1933 the panel says Topsy. Mrs. Dallow has saved us the malice of people who prefer their stories at 2 removes. Will you accept from me the simple sentence that the town will be told what the panel says and no more, and that men who wish to be unkind will have to do it without the assistance of this office?" Georgina Tegg, who had braced for something else, let her shoulders learn how not to be armour. "Thank you," she said simply. "It matters to me to be called by my own names, even the foolish ones." "It will be done," said Purbright. He stood then, because meetings end better when the policeman rises last. "Mr. Pole, the clarification you propose will do, provided it confines itself to the truth and gives it room to be looked at. Mr. Castle, your photocopies may be pinned beside the notice if you will place beneath them a sentence that consoles those who find themselves corrected. Mr. Vi, your presence has already performed its service. Mrs. Belling, the bill for Birmingham will not, after all, be addressed to Council Cultural Affairs. It will be addressed to History, which sometimes pays late. Mr. Moses, you will accompany me with a screwdriver at 5, and we will put away the wrong panel as if it were a hymn sung bravely by people who did not know the tune. Mr. Jeffcott," he paused, and his tone changed to the warmth he used with honest obstinacy, "you will walk home with a basket and consider how far kindness may go before it needs permission. Councillor Tegg, we will talk tomorrow in a room with no baskets." It might have ended there in a usefulness Canterbury would have been proud to own. But the law of ripples had been invited by so much tidiness to remain for the encore. At the door, a constable appeared, hat in hand and apology in his posture. "Beg pardon, sir, telephone for you. From the cathedral. Mr. Castle is wanted. And yourself. There's been a discovery. Castle's moustache received the word discovery with involuntary interest and disciplined disbelief. He followed Purbright out into the corridor, where the telephone waited as if it had a pedigree. The voice on the wire belonged to the junior verger, who always sounded as though he had just carried a candle further than advised. "It's the sacristy safe, Inspector," he said. "We were laying out the silver for evensong and discovered among the alms dishes a velvet bag that usually knows better. Inside," he took a breath, "is a cup that is not our chalice. It is, I beg your pardon, it is what I take to be the cup." Castle closed his eyes for the half-second permitted to librarians when reality agrees to behave. "Describe the base," he said, as if asking after a convalescent. "Fluted, timid little lines, 3 tiny screw holes and one with a burr that never quite forgave the screw." "Don't move it," said Purbright, in the voice that rearranges a town's pulse. "Do not admire it. Do not put anything on top of it to show respect. Mr. Castle and I will be with you in 5 minutes. Mr. Moses," he turned, "fetch your screwdriver for keeping your hands still. Mr. Polt, do not write anything that begins with regret." He replaced the receiver and looked at Castle, who returned the look with that rare joy men of order feel when the world, having attempted to be too helpful, surrenders the evidence as if ashamed of having gone out without gloves. "Shall we, Inspector?" said Castle. "We shall," said Purbright, and his hat, which Canterbury had learned to trust as a punctuation mark, went on with the small, decisive movement that announces the moment when polite inquiry becomes the sort of conversation the town will quote without misplacing commas. The sacristy held a well-bred chill that did not belong to weather. It was the sort of room that keeps on good terms with Sunday, regardless of the day. Brass lay where it ought to, linen minded itself, and the little safe in the corner made the unostentatious statement that it had minded better things than it was minding now. The junior verger, composed of bone, breath, and duty, stood aside as if to apologize to history for existing. "It was the bag," he said, and indicated a velvet pouch the colour of borrowed authority. "We do not keep our alms dishes in bags, they go in with a cloth and a prayer." This was under the second shelf, as if afraid of draughts. Mr. Castle did not rush. He set his spectacles in that exact place upon his nose where magnification meets conscience, and knelt with the modest precision of a man who has long rehearsed how to be useful without appearing to interfere. He drew back the string. The room suffered itself to breathe very softly. It was the cup. The fluted base with its modesty, the burr that history had put on one screw-hole and never had the time to tidy, the exact grain of the silver on the curve, just above the foot where the engraver's boy had learned to sit still. It lay in the bag, as some animals lie when caught up in a kindness that comes late, and the light in the sacristy recollected the way it had learned to live with being called upon and put away. "Do not," said Purbright very quietly, "admire. It will share its thoughts when we are alone with it." He lifted it, not as a policeman lifts evidence, but as a parishioner lifts an old book, and placed it on the small table used on Thursdays for the repair of latches on cassock cupboards. "May I trouble you, Mr. Castle?" Castle bent until his moustache almost blessed the metal. He examined, not because doubt remained, but because it is piety to go through the proper motions. He put his finger reverently upon the burr, and then upon a shallow fret where, long ago, a careless cloth had been too enthusiastic. "Ours," he said simply. The word had in it a generosity he did not always bestow upon nouns. "Who had the keys last night?" asked Purbright of the verger. "The sub-dean's list," said the young man, brightening because he had a list and would be permitted to say so. "Myself," Mr. Pickford. "Old Finch, who remembers names by counting. Mr. Castle has leave when the library requires it. The vicar of St. Mildred's borrows when the hall's safe sulks. Moses has been trusted on Tuesdays since a water pipe taught us theology. There are copies, of course. For fire. We do not fear fire, we respect it." "Quite," said Purbright, who had known more than one town to be burned by courtesy. "Was the safe disturbed?" "It was locked, and will be again when you have finished being helpful," replied the verger, who had learned in the cathedral to mistake help for a liturgy. "There is a little mark on the paint, not a scratch exactly, as if someone had apologized with a key." Purbright nodded. "Do fetch Mr. Pickford and Mead if he is at hand. Old Finch, we will require their memory for the things they think they have forgotten." When the necessary men had been summoned and thanked, and the cup, wrapped again against the sort of glances that stir rumours, had been taken by Mr. Castle, with the exact air of a man escorting a widow, they went across the closed-to-the chapter house where meetings are conducted, as if room and chairs had been carved out of patience. The sub-dean, informed in 3 sentences of the difference between sacrilege and rescue, lent the room with that relief people feel when something that might have been dreadful turns out to be merely a parable. Mr. Poll arrived with a sort of dignity that had learned to behave under pressure. Councillor Tegg came because his instincts for where to stand had not yet deserted him. Georgina sat where her mother would have sat, and did not mind being a memory, only that it be correct. Jeffcott entered and took up his post behind her, a habit that was both service and guard. Mrs. Belling set her bag near her foot with a look which said that if God sent accounts, she would balance them. Mr. Shuttleworth hovered in the doorway until a chair looked as if it could bear his apology. Moses came with a screwdriver in his pocket and the expression of a man who knew exactly where his screwdriver was. Mr. Castle laid the velvet bag on the table, and Purbright set beside it, without drama, the Rothermere panel and the locally engraved one that had been retired from the cabinet. "Thank you," he said, and meant for a moment all of Canterbury. "We will not be long. I have asked you here because the cup has been found, and because the way it was found teaches us more than where it has been." Georgina's hands, which had learned not to ring, unclasped and folded themselves into the lap of a woman who would not be seen to beg. Poll's fingers considered the felt tip on his notebook and decided to leave it be. Tegg's smile wavered, and then recommitted to being public-spirited. Jeffcott looked at the window as if it were a hedge that might require pruning if only a man could reach it without being improper. "It is a property of small towns," said Purbright, "that they care properly for objects and not quite correctly for truth. This last week has given us a run of kindnesses which, piling up, resembled a misdemeanour. Today we will put each of them where it belongs and then leave the town to forgive itself." He did not begin with blame. He began with sequence. "On Thursday morning," he said, "Mr. Vi returned the cup, bettered, to St. Mildred's. The cabinet door was open because poster boards do not have elbows and require help. Mr. Castle, dedicated to 1924, corrected a notice that was in error about 3. Mr. Poll," he looked across and gave the man the gift of being seen without being accused, had already, in April, asked Birmingham whether a display example could be made. A sample had been delivered to his office the week before last for consideration, not for deceit. The lively morning at the hall provided at the very least temptation to see how the display would look. Poll flushed. It is not in every man's gift to hear his better self described with charity. "I wished only," he said, "to avoid the brutality of a first announcement. Canterbury does not enjoy being told from a platform that it has been improved." "Indeed not," said Purbright, So you asked Mr. Shuttleworth to hold the shelf, while you and he, in the presence of a long board and a girl with carnations and a librarian engaged upon digits, set the cousin in place where the cup had stood. You did not screw anything. You did not label anything. You told nobody, because that is the manner in which kindness likes to begin. Shuttleworth made a little movement with his hands, which in another man would have been a shrug, and in him was penance. "If I had known," he began, not to excuse himself, but in that weary tone tidy men adopt when they discover that order has been used. "You left," continued Purbright, "the old panel upon the cup, because your head is square. Mr. Pulteney, not wickedly, thought the panel might cry out against the cousin, and so, between talk of laminates and the breath of glue, removed it and hid it beneath the drawer for which Moses could be relied upon. Mrs. Belling did not notice because she was performing virtue with an honesty tin. Mr. Castle did not notice because our eyes refuse profligacy in rooms where we select fonts. Miss Truebody did not notice because she was apologizing to Wood. Mr. Vi noticed only, as he says, a certain sleepiness, and that is not a crime. Nor, said Vi gravely, is it a virtue. There then began, said Purbright, that which happens when a decent man believes himself to be the only bulwark against another man's decency. Mr. Jeffcott, he turned, without malice, saw that a wrong thing was standing under a roof where his mistress's name would be read upon Saturday by people who keep cold stoves. He heard talk of display and replica and smelled, as only a gardener can smell. A prospect of explanations. He prefers fewer explanations. He borrowed that evening a key which is lent to him on Tuesdays by virtue of a pipe that once talked theology. He took the cup, with cloth, with care, with speed, taught by a lifetime of being useful while being invisible, and moved it 30 paces into a safe designed to hold objects which need not be improved by public. He did not boast, he did not write a note, he simply put the cup where, in his view, Canterbury keeps its innocence. Jeffcott did not change colour, he did not need to. Upright men turn paler only under absurdity. I ask your pardon for your grammar, Inspector, he said, after a small silence. I did it the evening after the hall began to smell of glue. I did it because I have watched men talk at my mistress about what is sensible, and then require her to smile while they make it so. I did not know what your office would call sensible. I knew what my fingers call proper. I meant to borrow the cup until such time as the room cooled, and we were all sure which sort of truth we wanted. You also, said Purbright, not unkindly, cut a page from the library's volume an hour before evensong and carried it away, so that the gap would seem to require restoration elsewhere. Jeffcott's eyes moved towards Castle and came back with shame in them, but not the shame of theft, the shame of a man who has tidied in the wrong room. I did not cut it clean, he said. I withdrew the piece and then hid it, because it made a nonsense of my conscience. I returned, after dark, with a mind to paste it back by stealth. Mr. Castle had put a typed card there so correct that I could not bring myself to improve it. I put the strip into my pocket and burned it, because that is what one does with the pieces one cannot mend. I am sorry I made your book take part in my tidying. Castle, who could have thundered but did not, looked at the man for a moment with all the sternness learned in the company of dictionaries, and then allowed his face to admit the possibility that other people's decency might be more expensive than his own. If you will forgive.
Me my typography, he said. I will forgive you your penknife. Jeffcott bent his head in the old salutation between men who do different kinds of work and recognize the other's fatigue. And last night, Purbright went on, turning the day into sentences that the town could bear. Mr. Pole, who cannot live with gaps, affixed a panel to the cousin to steady appearances until the right panel could be made to behave. The lamp you saw, Moses, was his courage. The screws— He allowed himself a small glint at Love and Castle. Lined up at 12 because we all like neatness when working in the dark. Today Birmingham has supplied the thing it promised in April, and the cathedral has returned to us with proper gravity, the thing we should have kept with proper gravity ourselves. He lifted the cup in its velvet and set it on the chapter house table. People looked without exclamations, a better tribute than any sermon. Georgina's face altered in the way faces do when relief remembers that it has been asked to be modest. Mr. Pole's hands, which had wronged nothing except patience, moved towards the felt tip and stopped themselves. Councillor Tegg, whose profession it is to own outcomes, let the muscles of his mouth rest. "I am not," said Purbright, "going to ask anyone to sign a paper. I am going to ask Mr. Pole to write 2 sentences and Mr. Castle to ensure that they are English. I am going to ask Mr. Moses to accompany me to St. Mildred's with the screwdriver that knows what it costs, and later, when Canterbury has had its little exhibition of honesty, we will return this panel to its home. I am going to ask Mr. Jeffcott to promise me that if he must move any more pieces of furniture in the night, he will first consider whether the church has enough to do." "I promise," said Jeffcott, very simply, and the promise had the sound of earth tamped under a plant. Tegg cleared his throat in the way of men who would like to assist a good thing to appear to have been their idea. "Inspector," he said with real politeness, "you have spared us an ugliness. You have also asked us to prefer embarrassment to facility. For a man in my position, that is an unattractive diet, but I can eat it. May I propose that the council, which is to say I, accept blame for encouraging an atmosphere in which upright men thought they were saving us time by risking our honesty. It would do the town good to hear a speech in which a councillor uses the word wrong about himself." "It would," murmured Castle, who could admire repentance when it had taken the trouble to be grammatical. "Hubert," said Georgina, turning to Pole with that considerate frankness some wives practice on other men's husbands, "you will not, I hope, be made into a wicked man for aligning screws." "I will be made," said Pole with a little ghost of humour, "into a person who will henceforth carry blue tack to remind himself that
sticking is no substitute for joining." Mrs. Belling, whose approval has been known to resurrect clubs, gave a crisp little nod. "We will arrange the tea," she said. "It is beyond doubt that no great moral reformation has ever occurred in Canterbury without sufficient hot water." "Then," said Purbright, "we have only the matter of Topsy to dispose of, and that will be done in the manner we have now grown to prefer, by telling the truth before someone else enjoys it. Mr. Castle will place beside the panel a small card that says no more than the panel says and declines to make faces. Those who wish to be unkind will have to do so in corners, and they will not be fashionable." "You are very good," said Georgina. She meant that having one's childhood diminished by competent men is less dreadful when done quickly. "Inspector," put in Moses from the doorway, where he had posted himself as if wick to flame, "I should count it a favour to be permitted to carry the cup as far as the hall. It has lived under my eye these many years in a glass box that sulks if you don't oil it. My screwdriver and I would enjoy doing a thing properly." "Do," said Purbright, and Moses's face, which was not one that vanity had ever troubled, did a small private thing which in another man would have been a grin. They rose because dignity cannot remain seated in the presence of a solution. The cup, veiled again because concealment is sometimes kindness, was placed into a case borrowed from a processional cross that would not be needed until evensong. Moses took it with a grip that recalled how a town entrusts itself to men without banners. "Before we go," said Purbright, keeping them one more moment, because education works best just before tea, "let me say aloud the thing we shall all think tomorrow and then forget. There was no thief. There were instead trustees, of order, of face, of feeling, who acted for us without asking our permission. They are to be forgiven because they meant no harm, and to be discouraged because from now on Canterbury will be asked to carry its decencies in public." "And what," said Tegg, smiling with the bravery of a man who will campaign for it in a week, "shall we call this new policy?" "Labels," said Castle. "Notices," said Mrs. Belling. "Polish," suggested Vi. "Tea," said Moses. "Truth," said Purbright, and because the word might have offended if left alone, he added, "with all the capital letters taken off." They went out together, not a procession exactly, but a movement of people who had discovered something about themselves and were not yet weary of it. The close had filled with that mild, sensible light which the English prefer to sentiment. The verger, seeing his bag reclaimed for loftier purposes, allowed his relief to look like duty. Two choristers, who understood from the angle of a policeman's hat when news was in the air, invented a reason to be in the path and then moved out of it, having seen the shape of a story that would give them a boast without requiring invention. At St. Mildred's, the cabinet received its old relation with the sigh of wood that has been thanked. Mr. Moses, backed by Mr. Shuttleworth in a state that would have satisfied ancient guilds, took out the 3 elderly screws as if asking their advice, set the panel in place as if it might be discouraged if questioned, and turned home what history had dignified with a burr. The cousin cup, decent in its way, sat to one side and did not sulk. The Birmingham panel, wrapped again, waited with the patience of competent substitutes. Purbright watched, not for ceremony, but for the small tremor in a town that tells him when a lesson has landed. He heard it in the way the cabinet door made its old, honest complaint, in the way Mr. Pole allowed his hands to stay in his lap, in the way Councillor Tegg stood an inch behind his wife's shoulder instead of half an inch ahead. He heard it in the way Mr. Castle, pinning his notice, chose a font which carried its apology without italics. He heard it in the silence from Mr. Jeffcott, which contained gratitude and a private scolding that would be remembered when he next passed the library. "Inspector," said Mrs. Spick from the aisle, who had come because laundry respects sacristies on Mondays, "you've made them do the honest thing the slow way. That's how you can tell it's honest." "I am," said Purbright, hopelessly old-fashioned. He did not add, because the town would do it for him, that it is sometimes the only way to get somewhere without falling into the ditch reserved for men who hurry. By 4 the thing was done that needed doing today. The notice spoke plainly. The panel shone without vanity. The cup, having spent a few days in rooms not designed for it, looked, if such an object can look, as if it had been fetched home from a mild adventure with untrustworthy cousins. "I will write," said Pole to nobody and to his minutes, "that the Society is grateful to all who exercised restraint and to those who, mistakenly, exercised a different sort of restraint. I will not write mea culpa because I do not Latin in public." "Right," said Castle, "that we have learned to prefer explanation to management." "And tea?" murmured Moses truthfully. They drifted as towns do out into the street where trades were resuming their attention to afternoon. Sergeant Love, who had not been required to take anyone by the elbow, looked as near to happy as his build permits. "We've had worse Mondays," he said. "We shall no doubt have others," said Purbright. "There is always a new panel in someone's pocket." He meant to return to his desk to write nothing that could not be said better by letting it occur. Before he could be as idle as he deserved, a small, plucked cough announced Mr. Harpin in the doorway. The insurance man had the special pallor of persons who have spent the day persuading Barnes to imagine hail. "I came," he said, "to withdraw my biscuits." "On what grounds?" asked Purbright amiably. "On the grounds," said Harpin, "that one does not sweeten a town when it has remembered its own palate. You will let me know when we are to begin the dreary business of premiums. I shall endeavour to make the word excess sound like a blessing." "You have my word," said Purbright, "that we will not laminate you into the minutes." When Harpin had been put back into his weather and the station had been allowed to resume its pleasurable noises, Purbright sat and wrote 2 notes. The first was to the junior verger on the sub-dean's paper. "Thank you for noticing as if it were a sacrament," which would be saved and read aloud in kitchens at Christmas-tide. The second was to Miss Pyramus. "Please inform your pupils that tidying is not a synonym for virtue," which would be pinned to a board and quoted inaccurately. He leaned back at last and allowed the day to stop needing him. Love, ordering a drawer with the seriousness of men who remember the last time they did not, remarked, "You never said who wrote the unsigned note telling Councillor Tegg to keep the cup home." "I have no proof," said Purbright. "There are notes which are written by committees that would be embarrassed to discover themselves meeting. It smelt as faintly of Moses as of Mr. Castle, of a parish that knows the difference between safest and best. We will let it be anonymous in the ecclesiastical sense, to the greater credit of nobody." "And the bicycle?" "Happily claimed," said Purbright. "Baskets travel, that is their virtue. We shall return this one to the shed that has the mouse with a sense of belonging." "Will there be any charges?" Love asked, not greedily. "If anyone insists," said Purbright, "I shall charge Canterbury with being itself. It will plead guilty and resume its ordinary sentence, to be better tomorrow in precisely the way it is the same." He laughed, very slightly, because he had earned it. Outside the window, the High Street practised supper. Somewhere a screwdriver was being put back into a drawer, and somewhere else a page was being turned with clean fingers. In St. Mildred's, a cabinet door, properly shut, fitted its sound to the evening. The cup under its glass did not preen. It had visited a church, a safe, a table, and a town, and had been returned to its life with more apologies than scratches. Tomorrow would be for receipts and statements for people who require them. Tonight could be for walking home by the laundry and nodding to women who have saved more reputations than committees, and for hearing from an open window the wise noise a teapot makes when it acknowledges an end. By Tuesday, Canterbury had returned to itself. The events of the weekend had settled into the kind of calm that only a small town, exhausted by its own decency, can achieve. There were no lingering questions, no gossip that threatened to spill over into anything more dramatic than a polite comment over tea. The cup, now back in its rightful place, was a quiet presence, its story tucked away like an old letter waiting to be read again, perhaps in another season, perhaps never. But for now it belonged to the town again, as it always had. Inspector Purbright, who had never fully trusted towns to settle without a nudge, allowed the day to unfold without intervention. His morning was spent with paperwork, the sort that always follows a case like a shadow. It was not important work, just the routine of a town policeman who knew his duties but had no illusions about them. He was alone in his office, the room quiet except for the sound of his pen scratching on paper, when a familiar knock on the door broke the stillness. "Moses," Purbright said without looking up, "I trust you found the screwdriver without incident." Moses entered with his usual steady presence, the door swinging shut behind him with a small creak. "Just as you ordered, Inspector," he replied, his voice as dry as always. He placed a small package on the desk, wrapped in brown paper. Purbright set his pen down and looked up at the package. "What's this?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "A letter," Moses said. "Came in by post this morning. It's addressed to you. The handwriting, well, it's not one that gets used often. I thought you might want to take a look." Purbright took the package, his fingers brushing the paper with the faintest trace of curiosity. He untied the string and peeled back the wrapping to reveal a plain envelope, its edges frayed as though it had been carried in someone's pocket for a while. The handwriting was familiar, but not in the way it should have been. It was the handwriting of someone who had written many letters, each one cautious, each one controlled, except this one. There was something in it that made Purbright pause. He slid his finger under the flap and opened the envelope. The letter inside was short, just a single page, folded neatly. He read it quickly, and then again, just to be sure. The words were simple, almost too simple, but the meaning was unmistakable. "Inspector, I know you are busy with the cup and the town's various concerns, but I have a matter of some importance I must address with you. It concerns a discrepancy in the records of the cathedral, specifically regarding a name that should not have appeared in the list of winners for the Chrysanthemum Cup. I do not wish to speak of it directly, but I believe you will know where to look. The truth, it seems, has been hiding in plain sight for far too long. Meet me in the back room of the cathedral at dawn tomorrow. I will explain everything, but be cautious. There are eyes everywhere." The letter was unsigned. Purbright put the letter down, slowly, his brow furrowing in thought. There was something unsettling about the message, too vague, too insistent. The town had moved on from the cup, as far as he could tell. Nothing had seemed amiss, and yet here was someone with knowledge, willing to come forward now, after the fact. It was always the ones who waited until the last possible moment who made the most noise. "Who would send something like this, Moses?" Purbright asked, turning the letter over in his hands as though it might reveal more than it had. "Someone who knows more than they should," Moses replied, his tone thoughtful. "And someone who's playing a game, perhaps even someone who has been watching you all along." Purbright didn't respond immediately. He had learned long ago to be wary of too many theories, especially when they sounded too much like suspicions. But there was something in Moses's words that struck him as true. Whoever had written this letter was not simply trying to stir trouble. They were trying to guide him, perhaps in a direction he wasn't ready to go. "I'll go," Purbright said after a long pause, his voice steady, though his mind was already calculating the risks. "But we're going together. You never know who might be watching." Moses nodded, his expression unreadable. "I'll be ready, Inspector." The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of preparations. Purbright could feel the weight of the letter pressing down on him, but he couldn't ignore the fact that it contained a promise of something hidden, something left uncovered. The cathedral, quiet and dignified, had always been a place where things were left in the dark, until someone came looking. And now, it seemed, it was his turn to look. As the sun began to set and the town slipped into its evening routine, Purbright found himself preparing for what lay ahead. He packed a small bag, ensuring that it contained only the essentials: his notebook, a pen, and his most trusted items, his watch, his hat, and his coat. The rest was unimportant. The question, as always, was whether he would find what he was looking for, or whether the search would lead him further down a path he didn't want to take. By the time night fell, the streets of Canterbury were quiet again. the usual sounds of life muted by the soft darkness that fell over the town. Purbright, having prepared himself for the unknown, made his way toward the cathedral. He walked slowly, his mind racing with possibilities. The letter had promised answers, but it had also promised danger. He couldn't shake the feeling that this would not be a simple resolution. It never was. When he arrived at the cathedral, it was as still as it always was at night. The doors, usually locked at this hour, were left ajar. Purbright glanced around, ensuring that no one was watching. He slipped inside, his footsteps muffled by the stone floor. He made his way to the back room, the one that had always been reserved, for the most private of discussions. It was empty now, save for a single candle flickering on a table in the middle of the room. And there, waiting for him in the dim light, was the figure he had been expecting, the person who had sent the letter. Their face was partially obscured by shadow, but their posture, too calm, too composed, betrayed them. "Inspector," the person said, their voice low and steady. "You've come?" Purbright did not respond immediately. He was studying the figure, trying to place them in the context of the town, trying to understand who they might be. But the shadows in the room were thick, and their face remained a mystery. "I came because you asked me to," Purbright said carefully, his voice steady. "But I think you owe me an explanation first." The figure stepped into the light, revealing themselves slowly. The room seemed to hold its breath. It was someone Purbright knew, someone who had been right under his nose the entire time.